Oh, the weather outside is frightful, but the fire is so delightful. And since we've no place to go, let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. Man, it doesn't show signs of stopping, and I brought me some corn for popping. The lights are turned way down low. Let it snow, let it snow. When we finally kiss goodnight, how I'll hate going out in the storm. But if you really hold me tight, all the way home I'll be warm. And the fire is slowly dying, and my dear, we're still goodbying. But as long as you love me so, let it snow and snow.
Hey gals and guys, this is Michael Ferrari of Cinema to Meep. Welcome to the Retro Movie Love podcast, and we're on episode 17. And with me today is a very special guest. Haven't had him on the show before, and so it's your first time.
Yes, it is.
Kieron Edwards, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me, Michael. We are miles away from each other, and yet it seems like we are yet still very close, oddly enough, if that makes any sense.
That's right. We're literally a few miles away from each other.
Yeah, it's very strange how that works out.
We both live in Northern California, near Oakland, so it's pretty funny how we.
Yeah, it is crazy. I'm actually in Oakland proper, right by Lake Merritt. For those of you who know the geography there, so.
And I'm in Alameda, so and it's not too far.
No, not at all. It's just like a tunnel away, basically.
And I'm pretty much in Oakland, not all the time, but I'm there fairly often. So it's
excellent.
It's funny we actually haven't even met up with each other yet.
It is very strange. I think one time you showed that you were what were you watching? You were seeing Inherent Vice, I think, over at the Grand Lake.
Yes.
Yeah, which I've seen that now since too, and I guess we can talk about that in our recently seen if you want to.
I know it dawned on me that I'm in Oakland, I'm in your neighborhood, and I'm not inviting you to see a movie, and
it's all right. I'm also it's okay. I'm also kind of technically technologically challenged a little bit. Like whenever you see me respond to you, I'm responding to you on a computer and not via smartphone. So I'll just leave it at that.
Right.
So
gotcha.
Yeah.
I feel like I resisted it for so long, technology, and now I'm just glued to my phone all the time.
Yeah, it's going to happen to me this year too,
which is a problem. But
it's a shared problem, so that's okay.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So our theme today isn't technology, guys.
Nope.
Actually, Kieron suggested this theme today, and winter horror movies. So tell me, why winter horror movies?
Well, it's because basically I grew up not experiencing winter. I grew up here in Berkeley, and I think you're experiencing your first winter here in the East Bay. They call it a somewhat Mediterranean climate, and Mediterranean basically means it's cold and occasionally it rains. So that's basically your winter. So any sort of image I have of winter came basically from, ironically enough, TV and movies. And to see anything in color, I kind of had to actually go out into the world to the movie theater, because we actually grew up. I grew up most of my young life watching a black and white television, oddly enough, which probably colored my experience of what a winter setting looked like, what I always imagined it would look like. So those are my experiences growing up, and fortunately, I had National Geographic magazines and people actually that I knew actually could show me color photographs of winter settings, or else I would think that everything was in black and white. Because of that, when I saw certain films, some of them which we'll talk about today, when I saw them in color and I saw the wintry settings, I always considered it kind of an alien landscape to me. which in some ways sort of has always enhanced my appreciation, especially for a horror film set during winter time, because it's always seems like an otherworldly place anyway, because it's always been kind of alien to me. Since then, of course, I have seen snow, so you'll be happy to know. So,
snow.
Yeah, exactly. And I understand people like you who grew up, like, say, in winter climates know all of the stages of snow, and including the less glamorous stages, shall we say. So,
and it's not very glamorous at all. I got to say, in New York, where I grew up, those who've been following the podcast know that I'm from New York, and specifically, I grew up in Manhattan and Brooklyn, and it's not so nice after that first snowfall. I gotta tell you, it's pretty gross. And then in winter you have black ice, which is always the best. And now that I have kids, I remember last winter, the winter that drove us out of New York into California, I fell repeatedly holding my then 1-year-old. So I'm like, no more of that. No more falling on the ice with holding children. And it's just not fun at all.
No, it sounds like completely unfun.
But I've always loved the atmosphere of winter, and driving up in Westchester and going further up into New York State, you get to see some really beautiful spots where winter is kind of untouched and amazing, and I'm always attracted to it, even though I don't necessarily want to be in it.
Right. I can't imagine people spending. I don't know. I imagine people who say grew up in ski resort towns, like say in Aspen. I suppose if they, if all they've known their lives has just been, snow and all the sports that follow snow, then I suppose they could enjoy it. But even then, I would imagine they would get tired after a while. But maybe that's just me. So.
It's funny that you mentioned that Northern California, particularly the East Bay, where we're living now, has a Mediterranean climate. Considering that I consider myself Mediterranean, and I identify myself as Mediterranean instead of white because I'm Italian with a little bit of Greek in me.
Excellent.
So I'm in my homeland in a way.
You are, yes. I'm actually a quarter Italian myself, but mostly English, which is very un-Mediterranean. So both sides have always clashed, and for that reason. So.
Why we landed at winter horror movies? Well, I think horror and winter go together really well. I mean, horror movies generally need to have a lot of atmosphere to really work, and winter adds the perfect atmosphere to that. So I think we landed on horror and winter really easily, and it came kind of naturally to us because there are a lot of good movies set in the winter and horror, and we're going to get into those pretty soon. But first, we want to go through just a little bit what we've been watching recently.
Well, I've been, of course, you might have different opinions about, say, Oscar season and the films that get paraded during Oscar season. I grew up enjoying the Oscars and like actually watching the Oscar ceremonies, sometimes non-ironically, which I know is something that people do these days, is actually watch things ironically or hate watch things, and I don't quite understand that. If you're going to watch something, you should watch it because you want to. So I've been trying to catch up on my Oscar bait films. And we both have seen Inherent Vice recently, and let me know what you think. It's pretty good. I would definitely think it's not Paul Thomas Anderson's best film by far, but I'm glad that he tackled someone like Thomas Pynchon, who I'm glad that someone films novels that are considered unfilmable. I always like people who take a challenge like that. So I appreciated the challenge. Most of the acting is good. I think we both agreed that Josh Brolin, is the standout for that film. But yeah, other than that, I'm not sure if it entirely works. I'm not sure what's missing from it. But maybe you have a different idea as to what.
I really liked it. I mean, I wasn't a huge fan of The Master. I know all Thomas Anderson purists out there will hate me for saying that. I just found myself really bored while watching it. Of course, I went to see The Master not long after having a baby, so
right.
I was already kind of burnt out, and so when I went to see it, it just felt it was too long and maybe a little. I don't know. Just didn't really go exactly where I thought I was going or wanted to go.
Well, they also said I think there was a bit of a misdirection where they sort of made it seem like it was going to be about the history of Scientology in a way, or the invention of it,
right?
And be more almost like an expose, and it was certainly not that in the least. It wasn't.
No, not at all. So I just kind of lost interest because the story didn't really captivate me like I thought it would be. The ultimate like Scientology movie, or hopefully anti-Scientology movie. So I just didn't really capture me. But I thought what I liked about this one, Inherent Vice, was that it was actually, I thought, really funny throughout the whole movie. And it's a long movie, and generally long movies I kind of don't have a lot of patience for these days.
Right.
I did have much more patience for longer movies when I was younger, so my age is catching up with me in certain ways. Right. And I just found myself laughing throughout the whole thing, and being surprised by some things along the way. And I like the directions that it went to, and I just was with it from beginning to end. And I watched it actually twice. And I think I liked it even more the second time. So maybe it's the kind of movie where you see it on multiple viewings and you appreciate it more for like a lot of the quirky things that happen, or the little things that kind of Paul Thomas Anderson likes to film, like those little details that he likes to get into. He has a big love for Robert Altman and classic cinema. I actually met Paul Thomas Anderson once, and he was really nice, and he has a really good taste in movies. So
he does, yes, he does, yeah, and he has a very interesting background too, as far as who his dad was and his whole past. Because his dad was also before they moved to LA, he was a well-known like horror TV show host over in Cleveland, actually, before they moved to LA. I think his name was Goulardi, if I remember correctly.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
Yeah, so that was the same cool guy. Yeah, I think I'm trying to remember the name of that. There's that one documentary that I think is on Netflix that has a whole history of like horror TV movie hosts, and I'll probably talk about one of them, at least in one of my movies, because he had a big impact on me as a kid, because he hosted like a few different shows for kids and for adults. But it seemed like I don't even know if you had like someone similar like that in New York television growing up, if there was like a horror movie like television host or anything that you can remember watching.
There was, but I think it was a little before me. I'm trying to remember. I don't really remember that many. I think by the time like I was watching, I became sort of a purist with horror movies. I would watch them on video, and then in the theaters. I was exposed to that so early in my life, so I never really liked to watch movies on television unless they were just kind of movies like Superman, which was always on TV, and things like that.
I had the opposite experience, where most of my TV viewing experience was trying to find, before I was able to start, renting horror movies or seeing them in the theaters, I was trying to find them basically on TV. So I was watching a lot of things basically on TV, cut, and in black and white. So that was my experience. So the first time I saw Friday the 13th was in black and white. So I
wonder how that works in black and white. I wonder if it actually adds to it in a way. I feel like black and white really works well with horror.
Yeah, there's at least one film on my list that, there's not a black and white flashback, but there's a particular, shall we say, sepia tone flashback that really works well in this film that we'll talk about later.
There was also a filmmaker recently who wants people to see his movie in black and white and thinks it works better. Oh no, it was Friday the 13th Part 6, I think. I was recently on the Hysteria Continues podcast.
That's right.
The same podcast you actually guest hosted on. What episode did you?
That was the Blood Rage one.
Blood Rage, yeah, that's a fun movie. I like that movie a lot.
Yeah.
With the Friday the 13th podcast one, I remember when doing research for it, I remember watching all the DVD extras, et cetera, et cetera. Tom McLaughlin mentioning that if you watch Friday the 13th Part 6 in black and white, that he actually kind of filmed it with that in mind, because he liked all the gothic elements of all the Universal horror movies and all the old movies that he grew up with, because he was a big fan of horror movies, and that he feels like that movie kind of works in its favor as well, even though it's like a very 86 kind of movie.
Yeah, is he including the opening like a James Bond title credit sequence? Is something you should see in black and white?
I don't know. He didn't mention that specifically, but that's a pretty fun sequence,
a great sequence,
which we didn't mention on that podcast. So,
really?
Yeah, I don't know why it didn't come up.
That's really weird.
Between five guys, we couldn't mention.
You must have spent much time talking about Eric's joke, I'm sure.
There was lots of talk about Eric and his eccentricities, to say the least. Yeah. We're all eccentric, so
we are, of course, obviously. That's why we're, that might be why we're on this podcast, although I'd like to think that we're also just lovers of movies as well.
Before we get off Inherent Vice, I think it's really interesting that his father was a horror host. I wonder if he has a horror movie in him somewhere.
I think he would, yeah. I mean, he was the voice of ABC. Speaking of like network television, I think that's what he ended up doing, and he had an amazing voice, basically, right? So
I love that voice.
Yeah, there was I don't know if you remember like a series of like CDs that you could buy like back in the 90s or so of like celebrities at their worst, essentially. Lots of like vocal outtakes, and there's like a whole set of him, basically, of like a set of him doing like say 100 takes of him like introducing like say America's Funniest Home Videos and just getting more and more profane and more angry and more bitter, apparently.
Wow.
So yeah, it's pretty amazing.
I have to track that down. That sounds pretty awesome.
Yeah.
So new movie wise, I really haven't been watching a ton. I did watch those Oscar movies. The other ones you mentioned. I went to see Paddington in the theater. Don't laugh at me, but I did actually really like Paddington.
Yeah, everyone I've talked to, especially people. This is a good film. It's one of those. It's being shown in a strange month. Basically, you think this would be shown like in the summertime, right?
Yeah, I think it was initially poised to be like a Christmas movie, and but I think they had. I don't know if they had some production problems or whatever. But they moved into January,
right?
And I don't know, it's a lot better than you think it would be. It's really charming. The actors are all really good. Sally Hawkins, who I had the pleasure of working on a movie with, was really, really good in the movie. That she was a standout. And even though it's like a CGI creation, Paddington.
Oh, it is.
Like a lot of movies today, I think it's done so well in the movie. There's a couple of sequences where the effects are a bit much, and I get kind of distracted or just kind of lose faint interest. But I thought it really worked in the movie somehow, and it's just a really charming movie with a lot of fun details, and I think that's where it works best.
And that book series is just classic anyway, and it was just good that they actually decided to finally turn that into a film. It seemed very ripe to have a film and a series possibly. So. Did you end up seeing Most Violent Year? That was actually the last film I finally saw.
I haven't. That's on my must-watch list, and I just haven't gotten around to it yet.
Yeah, I'd be sort of curious to know what you think about it, since it also it's set in a very particular time in New York that, let's see, if it was in 1980 or 81, I forget. So I
believe it's 81.
Yeah. So, I'll be curious to know what you think about the acting. And have you seen his other films? I'm trying to think about he's only made 2 other films. Margin Call was one that was actually.
Yes, I saw Margin Call. I thought that was really good. I didn't see the one that came after that one.
Yeah, I've heard that one is
the J.C. Chander.
Yeah, that's his name. Yeah,
cool. I also been watching older movies. I've been watching a lot of movies from a certain year that's going to be on the next podcast, so I won't go into it.
Oh, cool.
One of them that I will mention that I watched because it's not making that list is Cat's Eye. And I haven't seen that in a long time, and my wife and I watched that, and it's just a lot of fun. It's not a particularly amazing movie or anything, but for an anthology movie from the 80s, I thought it was pretty good and had a fun sense of humor about itself. Particularly, that's the segment with James Woods, Quitters Incorporated.
Oh, that's right. That was James Woods. Yeah, he was very good in that.
Pretty funny, and there's lots of fun, little jokes here and there, like the fact that they use the Police's "Every Breath You Take" song while everyone's watching him. Try not to smoke, but he can't help himself, and they use that song in actually different ways, and it's kind of funny in the movie. That was like a brand new song back then too, and it was a really big hit. And I'm sure I'll go into that song on that podcast. But also 2 other movies because I just want to mention them because they're awesome older movies. Shakedown with Peter Weller and Sam Elliott. Amazing movie. Everyone needs to see that movie. It's an action movie, very gritty New York movie. Lots of fun scenes on Times Square. Sam Elliott's character kind of basically almost lives in Times Square in a movie theater, which is pretty awesome. Great set pieces.
That's something that you would have wanted to have done as a child, right? Was have lived in a movie theater in Times Square?
I practically did, actually. Yeah. Growing up there and seeing so many movies. And basically movie theaters were my babysitters growing up. So I had fun with watching that and reliving some of sleazy 80s New York. Also Vice Squad, which very seedy LA movie. I rewatched that yesterday, and man, is that movie really gritty and awesome. Yeah. And I also watched yesterday Starman. I haven't seen that in a long time. And,
I haven't either.
I love Starman.
Yeah, it's a great film. It's also one of those unsung Richard Jekyll movies also.
Yes. Doing what he does best, like yell and get angry at people.
Exactly. And then possibly drink on the side.
Exactly. He's always so red. You just know he's like either because he's working up that getting mad, or he's possibly drinking on the side. I don't know, but exactly. I love Richard Jekyll, and I feel like we lost him too early.
Yeah, we certainly did.
Great character actor. So let's get into it. Let's talk winter horror movies.
Sure.
And before I do that, our podcast has a new logo, and it was made by the awesome Camera Viscera. And I think you guys, if you've been following us on Facebook, I've been flaunting the new podcast logo. It's eventually going to show up on iTunes. iTunes takes forever for when you submit artwork. It takes like weeks or months sometimes. So it'll show up on there eventually. But Camera Viscera, they're on Facebook, they're on Tumblr, they're on YouTube. Good guy. Dr. Jose did the podcast logo for me, and he made some tweaks based on some personal preferences of mine. So I thought it was really cool. I like how it came out. Cool. So let's just get into winter horror movies, and we're going to start with your number 5. And I don't have the TV spot for this, so I'm going to play something special. Here it is.
So this first film I'm talking about today does not have a preview that we could find. It's this 1977 movie called Snow Beast. So let me try and paint you the velvet picture of when I first saw this film. The time was England. It was 1980. I was visiting my grandparents, and we saw them for a few days. We left to go drive up along the coast, I believe. And then after a day of driving, we spent the night at a bed and breakfast, which was, strangely enough, the first time I'd ever seen one. So I'd ever been in one. I know they have them kind of very prevalent, like on the East Coast, I believe. So after we had our dinner, I hung out in the living room where they called the telly was on. And then this movie had just started that I just spent the rest of the night watching, which was Snow Beast. And this was a very special moment in my childhood because if I remember correctly, it might have been the first quote-unquote modern horror movie that I saw all the way through. I was 10 years old at the time, which was kind of, starting late as far as watching horror films. I mean, I'd seen classic horror films by then, like, your Frankenstein, your Dracula, but I hadn't seen any recent films yet. This one made a very big impression on me because I didn't know if I was someone who had the composition that could see a horror film because I didn't know if they were like too scary for me. But I was aware about other sort of like very big important horror films that were out around that time. I knew about Halloween. I knew about Friday the 13th. That was the summer that it came out. And actually, if I remember correctly, I think Victor Miller, I think the screenwriter, I think he actually lives around here. Just something to keep in mind when you're looking around. He might actually live in Alameda, believe it or not.
Oh, sweet, really?
Yeah. So, but he actually, I was thinking about trying to send him an email about this on his website, because I remember him writing an article in the San Francisco Chronicle. It might have been national, but he was basically his tongue-in-cheek apology for writing the film. And so that had a big impression on me. Who is this guy, apologizing for this great film? So then a lot of other things happened later on that cemented my interest in horror films. A lot of things, seeing a newspaper article about the American film market and all the films that go through there that are mostly B movies and horror movies, and they were showing in the article, it was my first very wonderful moving posters that they showed for I think Pigs was one of them, the Mark Lawrence film.
Yes.
And then also the great poster for Dead and Buried was also in that article. And that had a big impression on me as well. And then within a year or so after that, the Chronicle started printing columns from Joe Bob Briggs. And that's when I really started getting into horror films. So before all that, my sort of training wheels horror film, as you will, was Snow Beast, actually. So during the daytime, there wasn't really much horror to watch. Growing up at that age, it was mostly Japanese, monster movies and Godzilla and things like that. So our local independent TV channel, which I don't really think that exists anymore today, but it was KTVU, and they had a show called Captain Cosmic that was hosted by this guy named Bob Wilkins, who then hosted a show called Creature Features that was also going on at the same time. So all of this was going on as I was about to watch Snow Beast, and Snow Beast made me realize that there was something missing from my life, and that was, seeing horror films. Now, you can debate as to whether Snow Beast is really a horror film and that it's not, say, the scariest horror film. That would be putting it mildly. But one thing you cannot argue is that this film was not, say, topical, because a lot was going on around the 60s and 70s where there were lots of Bigfoot sightings. There were lots of, news stories about, whether is Bigfoot real. There was lots of practical, serious debate, it seems, that was going on around that time about Bigfoot and Bigfoot sightings. And this movie touches on that, strangely enough. It has has a scene that's actually semi-serious discussion about whether Bigfoot is real or could be real. So this film definitely piqued my interest in horror films, and I think it should be something that everyone should consider watching at least once. So after you see the film, the first question that probably comes to your mind is it a ripoff of Jaws or of the Jaws ripoff Grizzly? I would say there are certain elements of this film that actually do have more in common with Grizzly. They both have these breathtaking scenes of nature in both films, just in different seasons. And no one's scared to go into the ocean in this case. They're scared at other places. But it is your basic Jaws plot of an out-of-control animal, in this case, a snow beast, attacking people around your basic beautiful ski resort in Colorado. The big thing going back to it was if I could still find pleasure in it as an adult. The reason I picked this and my other number 5 Winterset horror film, a double bill, is that I feel like they're both marketed for youngsters like myself to watch. And what I like about this podcast is that it does a great job of exploring films that had meaning to us when we were kids, and to see if these feelings still remain when watching these films again today. And this film, I'm sure, could legitimately be criticized for being not a very scary TV movie from the 70s there. And that could be true, but not every TV horror movie from the 70s can be like Amelia and Trilogy of Terror. And because this movie was made in the 70s, there's still a lot of joy one can get from watching this film. What it could still use more of after rewatching it is just more shots of the snow beast. The snow beast is a little coy, actually, in this film, you could say. There's good shots of, say, like the giant arm. He has a very giant arm. He also has like some very good fur. But mostly you just hear the snow beast. He's got a great vocal range. Kind of starts out with a lion's growl. He kind of ends up with an elephant's roar. Do elephants roar? I think they do. I'm not sure, but that's what it sounded like anyway. The first time we ever see Snow Beast's face is during the rehearsal for the Winter Carnival, which is one of the great sort of crowd, let's panic a crowd of people scene that actually ends violently, at least by TV movie standards. But importantly, what this movie really is about, like all movies, is relationships. And since this movie was made in the 70s, it's also about a love triangle. Now, it's a TV movie love triangle, but it's still a love triangle. And, of course, the burning question is, can this love triangle acknowledge the past, work through it, and then become a team that hunts down the snow beast? And then it becomes a foursome later. There's a sheriff who's actually a fourth wheel, who's actually the third wheel, technically. For a TV movie, I think this film has just amazing production values. The town lodge area is not like shoddy. The nature shots are beautiful and plentiful. The POV shots of the snow beast seem to be about the right height, make them sufficiently imposing, even if you don't see them. The acting across the board is solid, occasionally melodramatic, but as you might see from the rest of my list, actors acting in a melodramatic fashion is not an issue with me. I actually kind of embrace it. So I think if that actors are fully committed to reacting to scenes of horror in a moment, then I believe them more than if they react with some kind of faux ironic detachment because they're too cool to be scared. Well, there's some decent chills actually in this film, like this scene involving one of the Snow Patrol dudes where he falls down the cliff. That's a good scene. There's a scene with the married couple who spend the night in a barn that turns out to be the Snow Beast's, snack shack. Call him that. So he also proves to be as clever as the Grizzly and Grizzly in one scene involving a camper vehicle and a convenient pile of logs. The final battle is actually kind of anticlimactic in that you still don't see the body of the snow beast at the end. Spoiler alert, he does not survive. The larger question of this film actually is it a curiosity piece of a time gone by, or can it still provide scares for just a high-strung 10-year-old like myself, or maybe even a high-strung 5-year-old these days? I mean, I feel like I'm sounding like an old man by saying this, but I'm guessing that the generation after me, since they grew up watching shows like Goosebumps, probably won't be thrilled by this film as I was at their age. If this is the first horror film they ever see, however, I think they could actually enjoy some parts of it. And rewatching it brought me back, great memories of time when I was young in a different country in my first bed and breakfast watching my first scary-ish movie. So what are your thoughts on the film, Michael?
I'm glad you had so much to say about this one because Snow Beast is new to me. I might have seen it when I was younger. I have a hazy recollection of seeing it, but I haven't seen it since then until watching it for this podcast. And I think it is that kind of movie you have to watch when you're either younger or when you're not exposed to as many horror movies in that time period, the 70s and 80s, to really appreciate it. I did appreciate elements of this movie. I like the actors a lot in this movie. I think Bo Svensson is a good asshole in everything he's in, and he's definitely an asshole in this one. What's the actress name?
Yvette Mimieux.
Mimieux, yes.
Yeah.
She's okay. I mean, she's not great, but she's pretty decent in the movie.
I think the part's a little underwritten and kind of written to be a little unsympathetic, actually. So
yes, I especially like Clinton Walker. I think he's great in everything.
Yeah,
as the sheriff, I think he could. He's such a big guy that he could have he probably could have played the Snow Beast as well. I love Clint Walker. Robert Logan, who I didn't place him right away. I'm like, this guy looks familiar, but I can't place him. And so he seemed familiar. I'm like, oh yeah, it's that guy. He's in a bunch of things. And one thing that stands out that he was in was he was the husband in A Night in Heaven, that 1983 stripper movie, which I know is cheesy and silly, but I always really liked it when I was a kid. Directed by John G. Avildsen, of all people. He's
had quite a career. So.
Exactly. And Sylvia Sidney, of course, playing the woman who kind of like that very Jaws plot of... Yeah,
she's the mayor of Amity, basically.
Exactly. In this case, I think does she own the ski resort? Or
yeah, she owns the ski resort. Robert Logan's her grandson, I believe.
Thank you for knowing all these details. I don't know. It comes together. It's not like you said. It's not particularly scary if you're if you weren't exposed to it so young. But a lot of those movies that I was so scared watching when I was 5 or 10 just don't have that effect on me. But I do. I am really full of nostalgia for like Don't Be Afraid of the Dark, that TV movie that scared so many people when it came out in the early 70s, but not quite as scary when you watch it now. But you can see why it was so effective at the time, and I can see why Snow Beast was effective at the time. And yes, it is kind of a Jaws ripoff mixed with kind of a disaster movie. Which, speaking of disaster movies, I will apologize for all the airplanes you might hear overhead. I'll try to pause and edit them out, but but I do live sort of near the airport, and sorry guys for that. It's a fun movie. I mean, I actually did get into it, and more than I thought I would. And it was written by Joseph Stefano.
That's right.
Who obviously wrote Psycho. So, I mean, there's definitely a pedigree behind it all. So, just kind of cool.
Let's see. Yeah, I mean that's kind of my impression. Also, it was just more of it's really strictly a nostalgia trip for me, and also just seeing 70s TV horror movies is also just something to rewatch again. I mean, as far as other like 70s TV horror movies that are definitely still unscary these days involving Clint Walker, there's always Killdozer.
They're not scary at all, yes, but fun growing up.
But also fun growing up. So, well, I guess I could talk about some even more background, which I sort of overdo it with the background for these movies, so you'll have to forgive me. So the film was broadcast on NBC on April 28th, 1977. It was shot at the Crested Butte Mountain Resort in Colorado. The director, Herb Wallerstein, mostly was a TV director in the 70s. He did Quincy, Wonder Woman, and The $6 Million Man. The reason I mentioned The $6 Million Man, sadly, he missed an opportunity, I think, to also direct I think that 2-part episode where Steve Austin runs into Bigfoot and finds out that he's actually an alien puppet of some sort. I don't know if you remember, if you ever watched $6 Million Man, but there was a Bigfoot episode or arc, shall we say, but he did not direct those. So the other thing Joseph Stefano was known for was writing a bunch of interesting scripts for The Outer Limits as well. So Bo Svensson, we all know from films like Night Warning and Primal Rage. He was also the other Buford Pusser, shall we say, in those Walking Tall sequels. And the actors who played his kids are stars in another film on my list later on at this podcast. So Yvette Mimieux also was in films like Jackson County Jail, Devil Dog, The Hound of Hell, another fun movie. And she was also in Disney's first PG-rated film, The Black Hole, which I remember seeing very vividly as a kid. And then Robert Logan was kind of mostly known for being in adventure films like Adventures of the Wilderness Family, Across the Great Divide, films like that. And so Clint Walker, we all know Clint Walker. We all love him. We knew that he was in The Dirty Dozen, which meant that automatically he was obligated to be in Small Soldiers. And then this is also the first film that Annie McEnroe was in as well, and she had some great parts in Beetlejuice and True Stories, and she of course was in Howling 2. Who can forget that? And importantly, the guy who played the Snow Beast was Michael J. London. You might not know who he is, and most of his credits are on TV shows in the 70s and the 80s, playing basically guard number 1 and sheriff deputy number 3. But crazily enough, he was in the $6 Million Man episode Return of Bigfoot, where he played a guard. And I'm sure he thought to himself, one day I will be Bigfoot, and I won't be controlled by aliens from another planet. And, he was right. So,
and of course, Sylvia Sidney was in Beetlejuice as well.
Yes, she was. And then like a year later after this film, I think a raven gives her a heart attack, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
Yeah, so.
Famously.
Mm-hmm. So that's the background that I have.
Well, that's awesome.
Cool.
So you just want to go into your tie pick.
So this was the trailer for the movie Screams of a Winter Night.
In the shadow of evil, in the echo of sin, in the icy stare of moonlight, our ghostly tale begins. Screams of a Winter Night. How do you think these stories get started? Rated PG.
The reason why this ended up being on my double bill with Snow Beast is because they both cater to a young audience. Now, I didn't see this film when it came out in 1979, and I know it has become, since then, kind of a holy grail type of VHS tape to own. Judging by some of the prices I see for it whenever it shows up on eBay, I guess it still is a holy grail. I first saw it actually just a few years ago, and my first impression when I saw it, that I would definitely have been freaked out if I actually saw this in a theater at that point, because I was 9 at that time when it came out, and I was, as I mentioned before, a fairly high-strung kid. I can tell you the plot of this film, but I'm going to have to, I think I'm going to have to get out the good book in order to explain this. Now, there are many books about horror and exploitation films that can be called the good book, and in this case, I'm referring to...
The Bible?
Yes, the Bible. I probably shouldn't say this here, but I've never read the Bible, and I'm from Berkeley, and I've never been to church. Huh. Yeah, I guess there's a connection there. But the good book I'm referring to in this case is actually Nightmare USA, which is amazing, astounding, extremely heavy. A book that had just got reissued last year on Fab Press. So if you haven't,
you can kill somebody with it. Literally,
you can definitely kill somebody with it. Yes. So here is the plot from this book. A group of 10 friends take a weekend vacation in a remote lodge near Coyote Lake, so called by the Indians because of strange howling winds that scour the region. As night falls, John, a horror fan and practical joker determined to exploit the creepiness of the locale, tells the group a story about the Moss Point Man, a monstrous wood dweller whom a local girl and her boyfriend were reputed to have encountered when the car broke down in the woods. John's friend Steve joins in with a tale of a hellish fraternity initiation in a nearby haunted house. Distracted by the ghost stories, Noah notices that the wind has begun to rise. Elaine, unimpressed by these spooky tales so far, recounts the story of a psychotic girl next door who embarked on a killing spree after a sexual assault tipped her over the edge. This unnerves the already jittery group, who by now can no longer ignore the howling wind outside. The intensity of the last tale spills over into the room as the party descends into hysteria. Violent forces tear at the lodge, eclipsing the scare stories with a terrifying reality. So actually the first thing that impressed me about this film is the sound design. Many horror movies throughout the years have been praised mostly for their musical scores, with good reason, of course. And I just think somewhere along the way we forgot about how the right sound placed at the right time in a horror film can just creep you out. So I also appreciate how they told the story of what happened to the previous residents of the lodge just by playing the audio of their fate against a black screen while the opening credits are playing. It just reminded me of listening to radio plays as a kid. It's an unusually large cast, and most of them are actually pretty well defined, and even those that aren't are all likable enough. even the practical Joker guy I found endearing, maybe in spite of, or maybe because of his Steve Martin impression. I would have enjoyed that when I was 9, I'm sure. Another clever element to the film is that all the stories they tell are reenacted by the same actors in the film, which makes sense, because if you're with a group of friends hearing these stories for the first time, there's always a good chance you'd be using your friends' faces to help film the details. The ending of the film is also strong, in spite of an extremely unconvincing special effect. The overall effect is still quite chilling because the actors are very committed to what's going on. Most of the I would say the male characters are more strongly written in this film. But the best story in this film is told by one of the women, actually, the third one. And the actresses in this story are excellent. But I do have to object to naming one of the women in the film Juki. I had no idea that was a name you would give a person. I thought it was just a party in a can. Another great scene earlier in the film is actually at the gas station, where all the locals look like they're part of an unpublished Far Side cartoon. It's also made eerier, of course, by the general scratchiness of the VHS print I saw, which, of course, begs the question, would this film be more or less scary if a DVD was released that came from, say, an original print of the film? I'm actually guessing it might not work in its favor, but I could be wrong. But I'm very glad this film was made. I'm glad I got to finally watch it, and I think I would have really enjoyed it as a kid. So yeah, what are your impressions, Michael?
I think actually this movie would be helped by a really good print. There's like movies like Humongous and movies that are notorious for having really dark bad transfers. I feel like when you watched, what was the recent one? The one with the Santa killer movie.
Oh, To All Good Night.
To All Good Night, which also had a really bad transfer on VHS. Looked really good on Blu-ray, and you could actually see what's going on in the scenes. And
I heard there's a lot of day for night shots in that film, though.
There are a ton of day for night shots, and it does. I really don't mind that as much, because a lot of movies do that. Even a lot of prestigious movies do that, or used to do that.
Oh, that's true.
Because that's all you could do back then. I mean, really, you have to fake it sometimes. Right. But Screams of Winter Night has, like you said, amazing sound design. The fact that it opens on a black screen with just the sounds of horror just brings chills up your spine. Mm-hmm. Of course, it might actually be such a strong opening that the rest of the movie might not actually hold up to that as much, but
I think they tried to bring that feeling up towards the end, with all of just everyone in the cast so fully committed to just screaming their lungs out, basically.
Yes, there's a lot of screaming, but it's not like shrill. And
right.
I hate to say this because I know a lot of people love the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and I am one of those people. But there is a lot of shrill screaming in that movie that sometimes
there is.
That sometimes irritates me. It doesn't always. It depends on my mood. And
it happened more in the sequels as they went on. Actually,
yes. I feel like that was the running thing of those movies.
Yeah.
And I'm a fan of them, but just sometimes screaming will, especially when you have children, like you get immune to like the children's screams after all.
Right.
You don't want to sit down and watch a movie that has a bunch of screaming in it. But for some reason, the screaming didn't bother me. Like I felt like it felt like the actors were trying their best to sell like the actors in Snowpiercer trying to sell right. something that you're not seeing for the most part. And I really liked that there were the stories that the actors played the same parts in those stories, or as they were telling the stories. I think that really helps you because helps you to engage with the characters a bit more,
right.
Because they're telling ghost stories. I think it's a really cool element. I feel like that's kind of unique too. Not a lot of movies do that. There's a lot of unique things. I think it looks like a no budget movie, but there are some interesting camera work going on in this movie. Dolly shots that a lot of low budget movies didn't use because I don't know, they just didn't have the wherewithal to get the equipment or whatever. But
right.
I feel like these guys were doing whatever they could within their very meager budget to make the best movie possible. Even if you feel like some of the script elements aren't that strong. I feel like the movie tries its best, and I really appreciate that in a horror movie. I feel like most horror movies these days don't really do that. And I've been really burnt out on new horror movies, honestly. I've been watching so many of them. Ones that I forgot to mention in recently seen. I won't even go into them. Some pretty bad movies, and low budget movies, no budget movies, and they just don't try like the director, the filmmakers behind Screams of a Winter Night. And I feel like because this movie was kind of lost in time, not given a proper. I mean, it was released on VHS, but it wasn't like in every video store in America. I actually found myself a pre-record of this movie, but without the actual cover. But I had a friend of mine who kind of printed up like a cover from something, like a poster art or something. So
I think these days the VHS copy is not so much available, but the poster is. I've been seeing that a lot online available, and it's a very good poster.
Oh, cool. So yeah, it definitely deserves a proper release. So more people could see it, possibly the best transfer possible. I mean, even if you're into these kinds of very retro old movies that if you like them to look as jagged as possible, check out the VHS. I think it's actually plays on it's actually on YouTube in its entirety. I don't usually promote YouTube as the way to see a movie because I prefer my preference is to see a movie on a pre-record or a theatrical experience. But if you can't get a hold of that, it is playing on YouTube. So and you can see it in its entirety. And I think go into it knowing that they had no money to make this movie, but they tried their best, and you might appreciate some of the elements that we're talking about today.
Yeah, exactly. Of course, with some of the background I'm going to give you, I might just floor you with some of your hypotheses about how much money was actually put into the film. Because apparently it was shot on a budget of $300,000, which seems like quite a lot, actually, in the summer of 1978. And it was actually, that's the other thing that was funny. In spite of the film title, they actually shot it in the summer over in the parish of Natchitoches, Louisiana. But it had apparently, if you read the interview with the writer and director in Nightmare USA, they had a pretty good distribution deal as far as they made a lot of drive-ins. It made on its opening week, I think it made Variety's top 25 apparently. But of course, they never saw a dime of any of the money that got made. And it was released by Dimension Pictures, which is, of course, different from Dimension Films. They released other films around that time, like Dr. Black and Mr. Hyde, Stone Cold Dead, and The Redeemer, also known as Class Reunion Massacre, which is another underrated film from that era.
I really like that one.
Yeah, it's great. And the videotape, actually, it came from, I think it was VCI Home Video that released it. And they released things like, Bloody Birthday and The Last Slumber Party. And I think a film that's on your list, I'll have to look and see which one that is. But I think one of them. Most of the actors came from Texas and Louisiana. And if you look at them on IMDb, I think a few of them are still working today as actors in that area. I think in the gas station scene, there's a kid there with the last name of Ragsdale, first name William. He might have made a few movies that you probably talked about at length on this podcast. Tech-wise, some of the people behind the scenes actually went on to have decent Hollywood careers, including Ron Judkins, who actually was the sound mixer for that film. And then he later worked on films like Superstition, Return of the Living Dead, and They Live. And most important of all, the key grip for this film, Michael Charbonnet, later did lots of camera work for films like Sex, Lies, and Videotape, Miller's Crossing, and Seven, to name a few. Wow. So I'm just going to to warn you in advance, I'm probably going to be touching on a lot of the lesser sort of behind-the-scenes people in these films, because I think some of them actually tend to have long careers in every film that you love, but you just don't think about them when you're watching the film.
Cool. Thank you for that. Yeah, I can tell with the camera work that there's someone who really knows what they're doing.
Yeah, exactly.
It's always good to have on a movie that's got generally a small budget.
Yeah.
All right, so that was your kind of your double feature for number 5, which is pretty awesome. I neglected to mention that Hit Up My Pals to contribute some of their top 5
cool.
winter horror movies, and so I'm gonna play a couple of them right now, and then I'm gonna sprinkle them kind of throughout the show. So look out for that. And there's so many possibilities for winter horror movies, maybe less so than like 1982 movies like I did last podcast, but so you might the same kind of movies might pop up in each of these top 5 lists, but that's a testament to those movies.
Yes, exactly.
All right, so I'm gonna play one. I have just a few that are recorded, and I have some that I'm just going to read out. So I'm going to play one that's recorded. This one's from McCready Mike. So with that name, it's a big clue to what one of his top 5 picks is. So here is his top 5.
Hey, this is McCready Mike, and I'm fired up to be on the Retro Movie Love podcast. Here are my top 5 horror snow movies. Number 5, Misery. Number 4, Curtains. Number 3, Silent Night, Deadly Night. Number 2, The Shining. And number 1, what else, baby? The Thing! Catch you guys later.
Okay, I think this is the second one in a row where McCready picked The Thing as his number 1 movie. Of course, we did it for 1982, and of course, The Thing came out in 1982, and his favorite winter horror movie is The Thing. Big surprise, but thank you, McCready. That's a great list. I'm also going to read out one before I get into my number 5 pick. This one is from Jeff Nelson, who is the one of the head honchos behind Scream Factory. He's a good guy, really good guy, and here's his top 5. At number 5, Terror Train. At number 4, The Boogans. At number 3, The Shining. At number 2, The Thing. And at number 1, Curtains. And then he wanted an honorable mention to go out to Deadly Eyes, which is that fun Dachshunds dressed up like rats movie from Canada, Wind Chill from a few years ago, and Ghost Keeper. I think Ghost Keeper was a movie that you might have mentioned as a possibility, or...
Yes, I did, actually. Yeah,
we have a lot of runner-ups, by the way, for this.
Yeah, we do.
We'll probably go into them after we wrap up our top 5s. So that was Jeff Nelson's top 5, and now I'm going to get into my number 5, and here is the TV spot.
Rabid. You can't trust your mother. You can't trust your best friend. You can't trust your neighbor. 1 minute, they're perfectly normal. The next, rabid. Pray it doesn't happen to you. Rabid. Rated R.
Okay, that was the TV spot for Rabid from David Cronenberg. Of course, David Cronenberg wasn't a huge director in 1977 that he's become now. He was kind of this quirky guy from Canada who made these strange little movies. And I think Rabid marks like his first real great foray into Canadian horror filmmaking. He did a movie previous to this one, Shivers, They Came From Within, which was also really good. But I prefer Rabid. Well, I'm going with Rabid. It is a winter horror movie because it is set in Montreal. I feel not the dead of winter, but it definitely seems really cold and wintry in this movie. I always liked it. It's kind of a creepy movie. I'm not going to go into the plot too much because I feel like some of you guys out there have seen Rabid and know a lot about it. That Marilyn Chambers plays this woman who gets this kind of sort of like an infection that turns into this monstrous growth under her armpit that basically kills people and sucks their blood out. It's sort of like almost a precursor to the AIDS epidemic. This movie that it was kind of remarking about sexually transmitted diseases that happen, especially from those who are kind of looking for trouble. As her character kind of goes after some interesting people in the movie. I just always loved this movie. It has a great Canadian cold vibe, like I mentioned, and I don't know. I think it's just something that for people who love winter horror movies might not immediately think of Rabid. So I just kind of wanted to throw in there. I'm going to have a double feature as well, like you did. Just so I'm going to quickly mention two movies. Wanted to mention Rabid first. What are your thoughts on it?
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Rabbit as well. I think I actually do slightly like Shivers a little bit more than this film. The reason being, I think David Cronenberg is really on the side of the infected in Shivers, and he's sort of saying that the people who are acting sort of in their basis sort of sexual instincts in this film are actually not the villains in this film, but it's more pitting against how sterile the high-rise apartment building is. And then, so I appreciate the film just for that central metaphor. But this film has just a lot more action, so to speak, as far as, and there, the one thing I could have used just a little bit more was actually more attack scenes in sort of like in the outdoors. I feel like a lot of everything happens sort of in contained areas, and of course that adds to more of the suspense. Like say like in the scene in the truck stop, basically, for one, and especially the subway scene is really amazing. But yeah, there are lots. You can tell he's also really. He also seems to be very cognizant of, like, say, 70s trends and is kind of satirizing them in some way, like especially the whole idea of plastic surgery being a means to, being a better, person and making you feel better inside. I think he's sort of satirizing that. The first person that actually becomes Marilyn Chambers' victim, I don't know if you remember, he comes in on the scene wearing a T-shirt that says "Jogging Kills." So, yeah. So, I mean, there's lots of little things like that as well. This is also, I'm trying to think of this. There are other films I've seen where the government kills Santa Claus. I can't think of many other films off the top of my head where that happens. So
that scene is pretty crazy too.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. And let's see. And also, there's some sort of nice. I don't know. I like to enjoy the fact that Marilyn Chambers basically meets her fate by the director of Times Square. So he actually has a cameo in that film as a very crucial part. And also this film seems to remind me actually a lot of The Crazies, which is another pretty decent George Romero film. And you can sort of see other films later on, like 28 Days Later, really kind of take their influence from this film as well. So it's a very influential movie, even though people just think about it more as just sort of this, splashy, oh, this is Marilyn Chambers, doing something besides porn. And she's very good in this film also, too. I think her performance is pretty underrated. And also I thought it interesting that you had this film doubled with The Dead Zone, when actually I think both films feature, like, say, Christopher Walken and then an actor who looks just a little bit like Christopher Walken, I think, in the film. And he's actually pretty good, too. So I would say, I'm trying to think if there's anything else that stands out. They have the best friend of theirs, I think, is really sort of underdeveloped, but I think she's very appealing. She's witness to the subway attack scene, and I think I was very sad to see her fate the way it is. And let's see, other things that stand out. The opening motorcycle crash is pretty amazing as well. And just further proof that just people should not drive RVs, basically. That's my takeaway.
I know David Cronenberg has a huge love for motorcycles, and that's why he tries to throw them into movies when he can.
Oh, that's funny.
I think he's a big Ducati fan, and he often uses like the sound of Ducati in his movies because he just wants to have it there somewhere present.
That's the surgery scene also is the really highlight actually as well.
Yes, no one can do a surgery scene quite like David Cronenberg in his movies.
Yeah,
obviously Dead Ringers later on in the 80s. That was kind of the ultimate weird surgery. He's just a really unique, interesting director who unfortunately makes really boring movies these days. I'm sorry to say, I just haven't gotten into his last few movies. I'm trying
to think the last film of his I saw that I liked. It might have been Eastern Promises. But I really liked House of History of Violence. Actually,
History of Violence was the last really good. I feel like that's his last really good movie. It's like a fun, almost like popcorn movie for him, but I think it's done in such a way that's actually smartly written and performed by the actors. So definitely worth checking out. I just feel like his last few movies is kind of maybe a little too. I hate using arty. I don't know. There's something about them. His removed, detached, sterile quality that he uses in a lot of his movies. I don't know if it's the best mix for a drama, which he seems to be tackling a lot lately, and using true. Like Robert Pattinson in the lead. Not always the best thing for a movie, just my opinion. But he did a movie. Did a movie recently with Julianne Moore, Maps of the Stars. It's supposedly, allegedly, a comedy. So I'll check it out. So
I guess I will too.
Because I do appreciate a lot of his films, and I Shivers, like you mentioned, is a really good film, and I think they covered that in a book. There's a book called They Came From Within, right?
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I think that's the history of Canadian horror films.
Canadian horror films. And so there's a lot of love for, I feel like, for that movie. And
that film and The Crazies also has one of my favorite actresses, Lynn Lowry, in both of them also. And she plays really crazy sort of characters in both of them as well.
Yes, I like her a lot. She has a very unique quality about her. And Marilyn Chambers, definitely underrated, like you mentioned. She is someone who I think she gives a really good performance. It's a mostly quiet, non-talky performance. So that's a hard thing to often pull off because this character is meant to be someone who's seductive but also scary, and I think she does. It's an interesting balance, and she pulls it off. And she wears a fur coat really well.
Yeah, she does.
Sissy Spacek was Cronenberg's first choice to be in this movie, but I don't think you can get her. I think they had a low budget. It was a $500,000.
There was that. They were supposed to talk about her accent being an issue too.
Yes, Sissy being from Texas, I think there was some worry. I think Ivan Reitman, or one of the producers, Ivan Reitman, yes, the great director of Ghostbusters, was a producer on this movie. He produced horror movies before he became a mainstream comedy director with Meatballs and so on. I think he wanted someone who had more sex appeal too. I remember reading about that, and clearly Marilyn Chambers fits that bill really well.
That's true.
And there's a scene where Marilyn Chambers walks past a movie theater and it's playing Carrie. So I'm wondering if that was kind of
that's right.
their homage is to saying that Carrie, Sissy Spacek, or Carrie herself could have been in this movie, but wasn't. I'm glad they went with Marilyn because it kind of makes the movie even more unique in a way. And Sissy Spacek, obviously, it did well for herself, so we can't fault her for not taking that job. It was released around the same time Annie Hall was released. I think it was released a couple of weeks later, and obviously Annie Hall went on to be the best picture of that year, much to the chagrin of many Star Wars fans. I personally love Annie Hall, and I think they made the right choice. But Star Wars, of course, is a fun movie. Airport 77 was the big hit of that season, and
that obviously should have won Best Picture.
Yes, Airport 77 is a lot of fun. I think airport movies, is that the one with Kieron Black, Airport 1975.
I think it is. Oh yeah, 75 is
75, I believe. That was probably the most fun of all the.
Is that the one with Helen Reddy?
Yes,
Yeah,
and with Linda Blair, yes. Yeah. But Airport 77 was also fun. All the airport movies are fun. Maybe the first one not as much, but the sequels are definitely a lot of fun. Yeah. It opened up against Demon Seed at the box office. They were, I think, Warner Brothers or MGM, I think it was MGM who put that out. Was expecting Demon Seed to be a big hit, but that ended up making not too much money for them. And I guess Rabbit was more of a quiet hit at the box office, released by the Canadian Film Development Corporation, and it eventually did well, especially in the drive-in circuit, and obviously David Cronenberg has made a career for himself, because
yes, he has.
He has another movie on my top 5 list, and I'm going to play this TV spot for it right now. Here it is.
Saturday, Arnold whomps a would-be thief.
Make one move and I'll bite your ear off, hairball.
But will the triumph turn to tragedy?
Oh no! He shot Daddy!
Different strokes. Then it's the attack of the frog people on Silver Spoon.
TJ Hooker, you're dead meat.
Stephen King, author of Cujo and Carrie. David Cronenberg, director of Scanners. Together, they put you in the grip of the dead zone.
You're a devil. Son of a man.
From the mind of Stephen King, a vision of the future. The Dead Zone. Rated R.
Starts today, Mansbro and Westwood, Chinese Hollywood and theaters.
Okay, so yes, The Dead Zone, Stephen King's The Dead Zone, now David Cronenberg's The Dead Zone. Movie adaptations are often the best things ever. There's a lot of things lost in translation, I feel like, but I think The Dead Zone as a movie really works. I'm not going to go into the plot because everyone knows The Dead Zone. Dead Zone is definitely one of the more well-known of the Stephen King adaptations. And it was, I think, for me, a movie growing up that I liked it, but I wasn't in love with The Dead Zone. There was something about it that I didn't really get into as much as some of the other movies that were released around that time period. I think I much preferred the Christine, and there was the other Stephen King, and then Firestarter I liked more, strangely more back then, and Children of the Corn even more so. Had very strange taste, what I considered good back then, but
and their sequels.
And their sequels. Well, maybe not the sequels to the Children of the Corn.
Okay.
But, definitely, I liked a lot of those Stephen King, those lesser Stephen King movies more, even Cat's Eye. But I eventually got around to loving the Dead Zone. I think David Cronenberg is doing something a little bit different than he did with those other movies, while kind of still holding on to his style a bit. He does add a lot more warmth in this movie than he did previously. I know David Cronenberg definitely gets a lot of flack for being this cold, detached filmmaker, but he made some pretty warm horror movies with this and The Fly, especially.
Yes,
I think those movies are very emotional, and they do a really good job at getting inside of the characters' minds, and you kind of putting you in their shoes a bit, and kind of sympathizing with their plight and possibly their impending demise. I won't spoil it completely, but a lot of you guys have seen The Dead Zone and know that Christopher Walken is someone who can see into the future and possibly know that his own future may end up as bleak if and bleakly if he doesn't stop a certain thing from happening. But I think casting Christopher Walken was one of the reasons why The Dead Zone works so much, because Christopher Walken is such a unique, interesting actor, and who adds a lot of, I would say, definitely a lot of personality and quirk to his roles, especially his very unique line readings that he insists upon doing himself in his way and staccato. But I think he does add. He gets a very, very much a virtuoso of a performance. You do love this guy, even if he's a little weird and out there. And just something about about Christopher Walken. I feel like he is an actor. He's a great actor. He won the Academy Award before this movie. He won it for, oh my God, I'm blanking on it.
The Deer Hunter.
The Deer Hunter, yes, thank you. And he was really good in that film. I feel like he hasn't gotten enough good roles. He's become the quirky, interesting guy who kind of shows up in a small role, but I feel like he hasn't had a lot of meaty roles like he's had like with the Dead Zone. You would say
it's tricky. Yeah, he's sort of gotten to this period where he's been in danger of being parodied and parodying himself a little bit in certain films,
and on Saturday Night Live too, especially.
Yes, although I do like his. I think he is like an important person on Saturday Night Live, and it's important to have someone like him who can be as versatile as he is. And it's kind of a hard part being like a guest host for that show, and also being like basically a utility player that shows off your strengths and all the skits. And he's kind of like a go-to sort of like utility player host that can be put in any scene, I think, and on that show. So he's very important in that regard. This film is pretty. It's so damn classy. Compared to like all of his other films that he had made before, and actually even after that, did he make Videodrome right after this film, or if I'm trying to remember correctly?
He did Videodrome right before this one.
Oh, he did right before this one. Okay.
I'm not 100% on that, but
so yeah, I mean, it also is not like my number one like Stephen King novel. It's like for me, it's probably Pet Sematary, Carrie, and The Shining, somewhere in that order. But I still like this book, and it's a pretty faithful adaptation. There are some like questionable choices I have, like say with some of the characters. Some of the characters from the movie, they say change accents, shall we say, and kind of borderline themselves into a little bit of self-parody, not self-parody, but kind of over-the-topness. I'm speaking of a particular person who once was president on television.
Say it.
Yeah. So he's the one person that's a little, he's a little too painted with too broad of a brush to be a bad guy in the film, I think. But this is like one of Christopher Walken's, really good, just, performances where everything about him and his quirks that you see on the screen are new and appreciated, and not necessarily things that you expect of him because he's Christopher Walken. You just assume that he's, this character that has these quirks rather than that he's Christopher Walken. So it's an important film for that reason. You also have other different character actors that are amazing in this film, and mostly playing parts against type also. I'm thinking of like Herbert Lom, who, normally you think of him as, Inspector Dreyfus, and he's someone quite, restrained and dignified, and really a beautiful performance in that. And Anthony Zerbe, I don't even know if I'm pronouncing his last name correctly, but he's usually a villainous type, and he's, playing someone much more normal in this, and he's excellent in this as well. And I've always wished that Brooke Adams had a longer, more successful career. She's had a long career, but she sort of peaked in the 70s and the 80s. And I always wish that Hollywood had more media roles for her as she got on. And their chemistry is pretty great, I think, in this film. Did you notice how before he has his accident, he is telling his students that the next time in their class, he's going to talk to them about the Legend of Sleepy Hollow?
Yes.
I thought that was pretty nice. That was pretty funny, I thought. All of the psychic vision scenes are pretty amazing as well, especially the scene in Frozen Lake. That scene is pretty amazing. The actual highway accident, it's really once again, that's another a bit of like automobile stunt work by David Cronenberg. I really, the one thing I wish there was more of, I could have seen obviously another whole film dedicated to the Castle Rock killer.
Right.
But that's just me. So, but yeah, all in all, I enjoy the film a bit. I think I actually still like Rabid a little bit more than Dead Zone because I just like the body horror stuff more, strangely enough. But I do like this film, and it reminded me again about how great Christopher Walken really is. So
yeah, definitely. Funny, Stephen King, he of course he had his say with what he wanted, and he was already kind of a big force to be reckoned with in literature and now in the movie scene. So he had his say, and he wanted Bill Murray of all people to play the Christopher Walken role, which is
that was around the time. Was that around the time when he was doing The Razor's Edge, or before?
I think this was at the point where it was right before. It might have been around the same time. Well, no, Razor's Edge was 84.
Was it 84? Okay,
I think it was around 84, around the time of Ghostbusters, or around there, where Bill Murray wanted to be taken seriously a bit more, but realized that wasn't going to work for him. But eventually, obviously, found his niche. So King wanted Bill Murray, and I thought, kind of would have been a different movie in a way. I don't know if I could see Bill Murray in that role now. I mean, because Christopher Walken really owns that role.
He does, yeah.
I know there's been a TV series version of The Dead Zone.
I have not seen a single episode.
I haven't seen a single episode. Anthony Michael Hall, I liked him in the Breakfast Club and the movies he was in the 80s, but I can't really comment on his performance in that role. But I just can't quite see past Christopher Walken, so it'd be interesting to see if there. I wish there was a screening test of somewhere with Bill Murray doing that.
Oh yeah,
I wish there was.
Right? Yeah.
Paramount. It's maybe in a vault somewhere. Who knows?
I'm sure it is. Yeah.
Stephen King wrote several drafts of the screenplay, and there was definitely one that focused on the Castle Rock killer more. But Dino De Laurentiis, the infamous producer, he shot them down and kind of wanted a bit more linear of a movie, and that's what they got. But there is an interesting break in the movie where it becomes it starts off at one thing and then becomes something else and goes back to it. But I like that about it.
Oh, there are some other interesting character actors also that I don't know if you spot some of them, like the mother, Jackie Burroughs. She had some great parts back in the 80s. I don't know if you remember the Gray Fox. That's a great part that she's in that. Then she's also in the immortal film Nah, Food of the Gods 2, which is a personal favorite of mine.
One of my grandmother's favorite movies.
Really?
Yeah.
There's a story and a separate podcast behind this.
I could do a whole podcast of movies from my grandmother's favorite movies. You might actually enjoy it. I think you might enjoy a lot of those movies.
Oh yeah, I think the other two also, the newspaper editor in that great scene is Les Carlson, and I always think of him as the guy who gets the special phone number from Margot Kidder.
Oh yeah. in a movie that. I don't think either of us chose.
We did not. Possibly on purpose, actually.
We did not choose
it
Black
seemed
Christmas,
so obvious.
Yeah, it was so obvious. Also, I personally didn't choose it because we covered Black Christmas on our podcast, the first holiday horror podcast. So I feel like I've talked that one to death. But obviously, Black Christmas is an amazing movie, and especially anything with Margot Kidder in it.
Yes, it is. Yeah, I finally saw it for the first time on a big screen actually last year, and I was quite pleased. I wish I had seen it sooner on the big screen. So, yeah. Oh, and I'll give you another background on another unsung hero. The guy who did the stunt driving for the milk truck car accident scene. His name is Kenny Lofton, and he was a well-known stunt car driver in films like The Love Bug, Duel, and actually Bullet as well. So he had a long, amazing career.
Oh, cool. Did we mention Colleen Dewhurst?
We did not. She also has a great part as well.
But I absolutely love her in everything. I think I immediate sympathy when I see Colleen Dewhurst in a movie. There's something about her, and also she was on. I'm a big Anne of Green Gables fan.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you talked about that.
The Canadian series, and she had a great role in that. So
she did. Okay, yeah.
I love her. Yeah,
she's amazing. She was married to George C. Scott, right?
Yes.
Yeah. That's quite an amazing couple if you think about it. I do like this film. I wish I could have given you some more background of some more obscure credits, but I don't have any at the moment.
I have a couple. I know Cronenberg wanted Hal Holbrook to be the sheriff for the movie, but apparently Dino De Laurentiis never heard of him, which is interesting. It's very telling of Dino's style as a producer.
That's funny.
There's a gazebo and a crucial scene in the gazebo in this movie, and it was built for the film, and they were going to tear it down, but the town wanted it, and apparently it's still there.
Oh,
and it's a very popular spot where people take wedding photos. So,
which town is this again?
I don't know the town offhand because I did not research.
Oh, okay. I'm trying to think about which province it is, and whether I forgot whether it was in Ontario or
somewhere up there in cold Canada. There's a gazebo waiting for you to take your own photo and pretend you're Christopher Walken, or you want to get married on it. Go ahead.
Right.
It's there for you. It opened up at number 2 at the box office. It was the same weekend as Under Fire, that film with Nick Nolte, All the Right Moves, and The Right Stuff, and Osterman Weekend all opened up at the same time. And it's Never Say Never Again was the number 1 movie, so it was up against the James Bond movie, which didn't have much of a chance, but it still ended up becoming a hit at the box office and made $20 million, which was a nice sum for the time period.
Right.
It was a bigger budget for David Cronenberg. He spent $10 million on that one. So definitely his big issuance into Hollywood filmmaking. It was released on October 21st of 1983, obviously by Paramount. And I don't have any other background information on this movie other than it's a fun movie, and I'm glad I got to revisit it and
me too.
Enjoy all over again. And here is your number 4.
Oh, the best day of the year. And everybody.
Now this is heaven. Can I have some?
And here comes Santa
It was an accident.
We don't hit kids here, Jonah.
No, it's his latest trick. Anyone would think he likes the attention.
That's enough.
You brought them into this world.
They attacked me. Jono, I think they're sick.
Now,
Oh my god, I love you both so much.
they will take you out.
I don't know.
The children.
Where's Mommy?
Okay, that was the trailer for the 2008 film The Children. So not to speak for Michael, but at least for me, the number 4 movie on my list was a recent film that I just felt hadn't been given much love. And really is just basically a cult film that should be discovered and cherished. So I picked this film. This is definitely not to be confused with the already beloved cult film from 1980 called The Children, which is hugely entertaining. Always makes me smile when I see it, but it is not scary at all. This film, no matter how many times I see it, is actually still quite scary. The plot is very simple. 2 sisters with their families meet over the Christmas holiday at a beautiful house in the English countryside. Over the course of 2 days, the kids appear to be sick. Then they start to act strange. Then some accidents start to happen to the adults that make them wonder, are they accidents? There's just so much for me to enjoy about this film. It's a very lean film, so once the action starts, it doesn't let up. The first reel of the film lets us in on the tensions between the two sisters, and a lot of it has to do with how differently they parent their children, which is always an interesting thing to see in a film. The kids are all quite young, and when they get away with stuff, they're able to because the parents trust them implicitly. And of course, ironically, the person who sees what's happening first is the one person all of the parents trust the least, and that's the teenage daughter. Once the violence happens, spoiler alert, there's violence that happens. It's not particularly gruesome, but it is still quite shocking. You can say that by the end of the movie, the snow looks quite red. It's also smart in that it doesn't really explain how these kids are infected. We just get that it's a virus, and that's kind of really all the explanation you need in a film like this. The acting, I think, is excellent across the board. You could argue that some of the characters behave in horror movie logic fashion. But I still love this film, and I wish that more people gave it love as well. What was your impression of the film, Michael?
I came into this movie cold. I did not see it. I haven't seen it before you recommended it for the podcast, and I really enjoyed this movie. It was kind of surprising how much I liked it, because it's just kind of it's like the children title. Something about that title I just kind of looked over. I do love a good killer kid movie. And obviously the Children from 1980 fits that bill very nicely. But this one is definitely a sleeper. It gets pretty crazy. It's like you said, it's not particularly over the top in the gore, but there is some pretty good choice gore moments in this movie. But it just like something about the tone and the creepiness of what these kids are going through and how surprising it gets just kind of threw me off a bit. I just really, really enjoyed it. So much so that I'm going to watch it again, because I know my wife is really into killer kid movies. And,
she is as well.
And I didn't get the chance to watch it with her a couple of weeks ago. So, but I have it, and I'm going to introduce it to her, and I know she'll love it. And she's a bit of an Anglophile, so she will appreciate that. That it is set in England, in the English countryside.
Yes, up in the Midlands actually is where it was shot. Yeah, I think it was Warwickshire, I think, to be exact.
Okay, it's something about also that, because it's British, and you just don't expect it to be so out there in a way. I know there's been British horror movies where things get pretty crazy, but something about the setup of the story and that it's in the English countryside or the Midlands, and in this case, you don't think it's going to get as wacky as it does, but in the best possible way. It's a movie that's kind of fun from beginning to end. It has all the great horror staples. It has characters you kind of think are going to be one thing, but turn out to be something else. And people die surprisingly. The characters died. I didn't think who would die, which was a nice surprise. I won't spoil any of that, because I feel like a lot of these newer horror films somehow. Because we focus mostly on retro horror movies, I tend to give away the spoilers, because these movies have been around 30 years or more.
Exactly.
This one hasn't been around that long, so you guys might not have seen this one. But so I will just say, see The Children, and it is definitely a blast. And I'm glad you recommended it.
Yeah, no, I'm glad I gave you a film that you hadn't seen for the first time as well, and I'm glad that you also share my love for killer kids films, which obviously will come up again on my list later. So then this was shot, I think, in 2007 or so, but then it got released in the UK in December of 2008. It was also kind of a box office bomb there, but someone saw it here in the US, and it got released on the Ghost House Underground label, which I guess was started by Sam Raimi, I think in 2008 or so. I think for a couple of years they released about like 20 different films in 3 years, and really I only saw this film, and I think there's a film called Dance of the Dead, which is actually a decent zombie film that's released on that label. But Let's see. It was written and directed by Tom Shankland. He's mostly done TV in the UK. One of the series he directed was The Missing, that also just played here in the United States. I think it's been nominated for stuff as well. All the actors are just your basic British and Irish actors that I, for the most part, hadn't seen before, but they all seem to have good careers making movies and TV in the UK. Actually, one of them, Stephen Campbell Moore, who plays the guy who wants to sell the other guy on Chinese medicine. He starred in Bright Young Things, which I don't know if you've seen, but it's this great movie that Stephen Fry wrote and directed, set in Britain in the 30s. Definitely recommend that. On the tech side, the special makeup effects designer is Paul Hyatt. He's had a long career in England doing effects for works like The Descent and Attack the Block. And I think one of his first films was Lighthouse, which is a really good, underrated British slasher from, I guess you could say, the turn of the century. Mm-hmm. He's had a great career, and I think his effects are minimal but very startling. And that's kind of all the background I have.
It was definitely surprising and worth checking out. I really can't recommend that one enough. So proving that new horror isn't always the worst.
Right.
There are definitely some gems.
Now 7 years, so I guess that's in horror movie years. That's about 20 years, isn't it?
That's true. That is true.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's move on. I'm going to move on to my number 4, and here's the trailer.
I'm just grateful to be alive. Yeah, me too.
I'm more scared of us.
Hi there. Can I help you?
Well, you sure are stuck.
She was never one-dimensional. Of course she knew she was part of it. We all were. It was a real family affair. Even the dogs took part.
But she's still the daughter of a maniac who tried to kill you.
I know it's morbid,
What can I get you?
but I can't help myself. It's like a sliver in my brain that I need to pull out before I can heal.
I have a 15-year-old son. He's got his problems.
Brought a stranger into my room. Well, I asked you not to do that.
That's ginger. Spices up the chocolate nice.
Are you surprised at what you found inside, Sheriff?
Surprised? Yeah, surprised covers it.
Okay, so that was the trailer for Suspended Animation, which is a newer horror film, not quite a new horror movie, since it was made...
It's from the century.
It was made from 2001 and released in, I believe, 2003. So animator Thomas Kempton gets more than he bargained for when a snowmobile trip turns to terror in the wilds of northern Michigan. Held prisoner by two cannibalistic sisters who try unsuccessfully to add him to their long list of victims, Tom becomes obsessed with tracking them down and his captor's long-lost daughter. The ensuing drama becomes perfect material for Tom's latest Hollywood screenplay, inevitably luring one cannibal sister back for her original prey. Okay, so that was the back of the DVD cover for Suspended Animation. I'm sorry I butchered that a bit. It is a unique horror movie, and for me, a movie that I probably would have passed by pretty easily. Because I don't know, something about the title Suspended Animation does not scream "see me," but because this movie was directed by John D. Hancock, who is a director that I like a lot. He helmed one of my second favorite horror movie of all time, Let's Scare Jessica to Death. He helmed that. Because he directed that, I had to seek out this movie, and it was released on Halloween in 2003. So it took a while to get to the screen, and it was released at the Quad Cinema in Manhattan, and I was the only person in the theater. Of course. I went to an early show, so there might have been a few people later on that evening, especially given that it was Halloween, but I was literally the only person in the theater, and I really enjoyed this movie. It is a little different because it has this, it starts off as this guy who's kind of like very much a misery kind of setup where a woman is keeping him, or in this case, two women are keeping him captive, and but they're cannibals in this case, and they want to eat him. So there's that setup, and then he gets away, and then he's trying to find out more about their backstory, and he kind of gets involved in this kind of this domestic scene where a mother has a really problematic, to say the least, teenage son, which while watching this movie, you will feel like, oh boy, your kids can really go down some pretty dark roads, and that really scares you. So yeah, kids can definitely inherit some bad things from their parents, to say the least. There's some pretty dark things in this movie, and the movie goes down some interesting roads. Obviously, it goes back to being kind of like a kind of a captive or a home invasion kind of thing. So it's like a nice little wrap up. But there are some interesting quirks in this movie. It was shot on a low budget, and or at least for now, I think it was $1.9 million, and in northern Michigan, so not Hollywood proper, though the movie is set in Hollywood. And what's your take on it?
The film to me really feels like at least 2, 3, maybe even 4 films in a film.
Yes.
For me, they all don't. I don't share the same excitement with all the sections as I do. I think in part because the opening 20 minutes are so amazing. I kind of really want a prequel for that as well. It's kind of like the perfect combination of misery and whatever happened to Baby Jane.
Yeah.
And so, right. and I really love that because of it. When it goes into kind of sort of strange family dynamics with sort of like a tinge of Red Shoe Diaries without the sex elements, with the relation between the animator and the long lost daughter, I kind of get lost a little, and I think mostly it has to do with once the teenage son comes in, I'm actually. I don't know if it's because the part is underwritten or if I think that the actor is not very strong. I just wasn't very scared by him as far as a teen that truly turns out to be like a really, really twisted teen. For what he is in the film, I just didn't buy the performance as much, right. Which was a shame because where it goes is pretty twisted, and I liked that as well. I was just hoping that the performance would match just the general skeeviness that was going on the screen. when it comes back to, it picks up again. Actually, it picks up again when the animated film shows up. I actually liked the animated film itself a lot. Mm-hmm. It's a little strange. Is it mentioned that he was someone who works for Disney or worked at Disney or was an animator for Disney? I thought I heard something in the film.
Well, I think he lies and says that he directed The Lion King.
Oh, that's right.
to like impress people.
That's right. He does do that. That's funny. Yeah, I mean, the animated film is really nice. I would have liked to have actually seen that as a feature as well. When the main cannibal. Did you think seeing the film for the first time in the theater and then seeing it on seeing the plot description in the DVD box, do you think the plot description would give too much of the plot away? Essentially,
yeah. Yeah, I think it does. I mean, I went into it cold, so I didn't know what to expect.
Right. Yeah. So that's why I was. I think whoever designed the DVD video should have probably. It happens occasionally too, where you'll see even with previews that they sort of give away a little too much. I think without knowing that plot bit of information that you say if you read the DVD description, I think you'd be pretty surprised actually by the final third of the film. Mm-hmm. And I think that's also in its strong suit. And it's good because that character. It's good to bring that character back because she is. She reminds me kind of a very demented Linda Lavin. I don't know why. She she reminds me of that. I think it's because both her and Linda Lavin, from what I could tell by my background of the actors, they both share like a pretty strong theater background. Mm-hmm. And actually, John D. Hancock also himself has a very strong theatrical background. He's directed a lot of plays as well as movies, and I've always respected that about him. So yeah, I would say like the first third and the last third are amazing. Mm-hmm. The second third, the third third drags a little bit for me. Yeah. But yeah, overall, I would definitely recommend it to anyone who wants to see something set in winter. There's not enough. There are lots of good. There's lots of good snowmobile action, which I always think is important for a horror film too. Yes. And the cabin setting is amazing. And there's some other good character actors here and there that the acting is pretty much strong all throughout the board, except for just that one particular part, at least in my opinion. So yeah, I'd recommend it. I just sort of really wanted to see the sisters kind of all the way through the film.
Yeah, it would have been interesting if they both had lived and then show up again and sort of mm-hmm. I don't know, sort of take the whole family hostage and see what happens there. But right. I mean, yeah, it does. The second part of the movie kind of lives or dies on how much you care about the characters, and if you don't care about specifically the son character and or get annoyed by kind of the acting or whatever, it will kind of lose you a bit. It's a big stretch of the movie.
It is, yeah, and
there isn't a lot of overt like scares or anything because he is kind of following. I won't go into it specifically, but a potential killer in that second part. Right. The second part kind of reminds me a bit of like the middle section of like the When a Stranger Calls and Stranger Calls Back movies a little bit.
Oh yeah.
Where it does become something else and then it goes back to what it what originally was.
Right.
And I for some reason for me I'm very protective of When a Stranger Calls, that middle section, because I think I don't know, something about getting into the mind of the killer kind of I think it's an interesting thing that slasher movies don't always do, and
that's true. It's rarely done, and when it's done, in this case, like you said, it's actually pretty good. So.
Yeah, it's really, and it also gives When a Stranger Calls, it gives a good a chance for Colleen Dewhurst to do her thing, and and obviously I'm a big Colleen Dewhurst.
Oh, right.
So I think she was great in that middle section, as is Charles Durning, and I think some of the actors in this middle section are good. Yes, the son isn't. I don't know, something about him kind of will turn people off, but then given that he's playing the character he's playing, it's maybe not someone who's going to be ultimately that charming. No, so maybe they're going for a bit more realism with someone who's just completely. Someone you can completely hate in a way, out and out hate. So I feel bad for the actor because he does, like, I guess maybe he does try, but you will hate him. And there's some surprise moments, like especially that scene where the main actor, the animator, is like looking around his bedroom, and then he jumps out from above somewhere, like at a very like kind of stock kind of horror moment. But I thought it was kind of
it was well done.
It was. I was surprised in the theater when I saw it. I'm like, oh, he's all the way up there. So it does prove that John D. Hancock does have it still, and given the right budget and means, I think he could pull out another great horror movie like he did with Let's Scare Jessica to Death. This movie was shot, like I said, it was on a $1.9 million budget. It earned a whopping $6,869 in its screen run. It's 3 screen run on one New York, one LA, one Chicago theater run by the First Run Features gang. And I actually knew the First Run Features gang when I was a video buyer. I'd buy movies directly from them, but they didn't have, I would say, the resources to really get movies out there. So they released them in like these very independent theaters, like the Quad Cinema, which New York fans will know very well as being a very small theater, playing a lot of quirky, independent, and foreign films, movies that don't really otherwise see the light of day, honestly. And then occasionally like getting like leftovers from that are things that have been playing out for a while, like the Angelica or the Village East. But I'm glad I saw it at the theater. I'm glad I saw it at the theater, and I obviously have a bond with the movie. It was written by the director's wife, Dorothy Tristan, based on her own novel. And it was also known as Mayhem at the time. That was the original name for the movie. It opened up against other independent movies like Die Mommy Die, Girlhood, The Human Stain, and Shattered Glass all came out on the same day. And that season, Scary Movie 3 and the Texas Chainsaw Massacre remake were big hits that season, so movies were already getting pretty terrible by 2003, as you could tell. John D. Hancock not only directed Let's Get Jessica to Death. Actually, this was his he didn't really direct horror before this. Prior to this, other than Jessica to Death, he had done Bang the Drum Slowly and California Dreamin' and Weeds and a kids movie called Prancer. So fans of Prancer,
and the same actress from that plays the wife.
Yes, so he's casting her again. But interestingly, he was fired off of a very famous movie, a very famous horror movie, Jaws 2. I guess they weren't happy with the direction he was trying to take Jaws 2, and he was the original director on that. I think he was trying to add a bit more atmosphere and like this, the kind of the stuff he was doing in the early 70s with Jessica, and I think they just kind of wanted a big budget action sequel, horror sequel, and they got that.
Do you think you would? Yeah, they did. Do you think you would have enjoyed that film if it was directed by him as much as you do now?
I don't know. I mean, I love Jaws 2. It is a lesser movie because it is Jaws 2. It's more of a slasher movie with a shark, which is really cool. That's what I love about it.
Right.
But I don't know. I wonder what his version would have been like.
Yeah, I have no idea, actually. And I always sort of theorized that I know you'd mentioned before, or maybe Ben Scher had mentioned before, that Roy Scheider was difficult to work with, apparently, according to the director of Jaws 2. And I thought it might have been that he might have been looking forward to actually working with John Hancock also, because he might have like seen some of his work well, and if he was like sort of an intellectual type. Right. And I think John Hancock also has a strong theater background as well. He might have been, and then he instead gets the guy who directed Bug, which is is a great movie.
Yeah.
But it's probably not Roy Scheider's idea of a great movie.
Exactly. I could definitely see Roy Scheider kind of butting heads with the studio. But in the scheme of things, like Jaws 2 is a sequel, and people want more of the same, and they want more, up the body count and all that, and all the good stuff. And that's definitely what we get and we enjoy. So it was definitely an uphill battle for John D. Hancock. While making films, you have to definitely pick your battles, and if you fight for certain things, you're not always going to win them, so you just got to fight for pick one, and then but I think he was trying to definitely make a different movie. And unfortunately it didn't work out for him, but he does have a nice little catalog of films, and we can all enjoy and all different kinds of movies. So
that's true.
Like California Dreaming is a really good little coming of age story with Dennis Christopher, and I always like that one.
That's right. Yeah, that is a good film. Some of the other people, the other actors also had some interesting backgrounds, like Laurie Easterman, who plays the main cannibal, shall we say. She also had a small but crucial part in Alone in the Dark. She was one of the, shall we say, voyagers of the film. And J.E. Freeman, who's also one of the brother in that film. He
creepy guy.
Yeah, creepy guy. Also, creepy guy. He's actually a Bay Area actor. Also, I remember him way back when. But he had, a very memorable part in Ruthless People. He was the bedroom killer in that film.
Oh my God, that was him. I didn't place him for some reason.
Yeah.
I've seen him in other things, but I did not place him in Ruthless People. Holy cow.
Yeah, I always confused him with J.K. Simmons anyway. So, but I think his last big thing was in the last Alien film. I think he was in that. He had a part in that. But I think the cinematographer in that film, I think he, what was his name? Misha Suslov. I think he also was the cinematographer for Black Moon Rising.
Cool.
And he also did you ever see that film 315?
Yep. Yeah. Have it on VHS.
Oh, very good. Yeah. So he did that film. And of course, there's always, like I said, a tech person who you don't think about who's had like a career of like 300 plus films. And of course, in this case, you have Gary Alexander, who is the sound re-recording mixer, had like 300 plus credits. He started out like doing Russ Meyer films, and then TV movies like Rescue from Gilligan's Island. And then he worked on Diner and Creepshow and Valley Girl and Big and Three Amigos and Twin Peaks. And he's had a pretty amazing career, and he's managed to be in this film as well. So
cool. The main actor from this movie, I think it's Alex MacArthur. Mm-hmm. He was in a William Friedkin film, Rampage, which is a very creepy kind of movie. I think that it just really hasn't been released. It hasn't been released on DVD. It is on VHS, and I think there's a couple of versions of the movie. There's an unrated version that I believe I have, and he's really good at it, playing this kind of serial killer. So this one, he's kind of not the hero; he's a serial killer, and there's some really creepy moments. And I think it's an underrated movie that Miramax released and kind of, I guess, buried. They haven't released it on DVD, which is sad. And he was also in a movie. He was also in a really silly movie. It's coming back to me now, with Rose McGowan, called Devil in the Flesh. Where he plays a teacher and she's obsessed with him.
It's basically like a Poison Ivy knockoff.
Yes. It's really bad, but the movie has a really funny sense of humor about itself. And something about like Rose McGowan's delivery with the dog and like the grandmother. And it's it's really silly. Yeah. And I think there was a sequel to it. I don't think I've seen the sequel, but because Rose wasn't in it, but I think she was really funny in that movie.
Yeah, she's great.
And that's all I have for suspended animation. And we're going to take a break. Excellent. And here's a song. Hope you enjoy it.
Come on, baby. honey, feels so good. When you love me, you're so tender. When you touch me, it feels so good. Being near you fills me up in many ways. Having you fills my life. No time passes on by. Every time that we're close, our loving gets better. Oh, come on, honey, give it to me, yeah. Oh, you dance so good, yeah. Ooh, come on, hold me close, feel me, touch. Yeah, that's it. Come on, don't lose it, honey. Don't stop, don't stop. Oh, yeah. Oh, you feel so good, honey. Don't stop, don't stop. Come on, honey. Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready?
And we're back. Hope you enjoyed that song. I know I'm a fan of that track, Benihana, by Marilyn Chambers. It was actually featured in Rabid. It's in the background somewhere. But that was her hit disco song of the time. So those of you questioning why is a song about an orgasm, 70s orgasm on a winter horror podcast, I swear there was a reason for it. It was just not an excuse for me to put it in. Okay, it was an excuse for me to put it in there.
Yeah, that's always a good excuse to put that in.
All right, so we're going to do more top fives from listeners, from fans of the show. Here's one by my pal Jeffrey Berg. He has the blog JDB Records, and he recorded one for us. So I'm going to play that right now.
Hello, this is Jeffrey Berg of JDB Records, and I'm happy to present my top 5 winter set horror movies. And I've noticed in these that cold weather, it not only provides atmosphere and stark visuals, but it can also be a hindrance in these stories, either in being rescued, in being found, or in trying to escape. My number 5 pick is Wendigo from 2001. This was actually the first movie that popped in my head when Meep was talking about doing a list of winter set horror movies. I think it has really creepy atmosphere, and there's one scene where a shopkeeper is explaining the legend of the Wendigo, and I think it's one of the eeriest scenes ever. Number 4, The Boogans from 1981, which is a nice slow burn monster in the basement movie in a snowy mining countryside setting. It also has great 1981 hairdos and outerwear fashions on display. Number 3, The Invisible Man, the James Whale version, which is, I guess, more of a sci-fi comedy than a horror film, though the title character is pretty wicked and gleefully wicked in his madness. I actually think this movie works best in the theater. I saw it a year ago at Film Forum, and it was actually a really big crowd pleaser. And there's so many madcap moments, and the lines are pretty witty too. Number 2, Black Christmas, which I'm sure a lot of people have already mentioned. Definitely the 1974 version. And I just rewatched this actually. And every time I see it, I forget how scary it is. My doors are locked right now, and I am constantly checking my surroundings. Also, I'd like to give a shout out to Margot Kidder and her unicorn swan glass menagerie thing. My number one choice is Misery from 1990. I think this movie is so tightly directed and scripted. It's so good. And yet it's so very emotional at the same time. And the cast is amazing. Of course, Kathy Bates is the force of nature in the movie. But I also love James Caan and Lauren Bacall and Richard Farnsworth and Frances Sternhagen. I guess some may call this a psychological thriller or suspense film, but I think in terms of the villain and what Caan's character has to endure physically, definitely makes this a horror film. I'm also not sure if it's actually set in winter, but it is set in a place that is very cold, and it's not very fun for James Caan. So that's my list. Thank you, Meep, for letting me be on here. I love the podcast. And I'm in really cold, icy New York, and I'm ready for it to be May. And I wish I was out there with you on the West Coast right now, but I'm not. So, but thank you again. Bye.
Okay, thank you, Jeffrey. That's a great list. A lot of fun there. Thank you. And one more top 5. I'm going to read it out from Jorg Bauer, who's a fan of the show and a pal of mine. He has a Facebook page, Laser Days, which is fun. His number 5 is The Brood, so another Cronenberg movie. 4, Gremlins. 3, Ghost Story. 2, The Thing, and 1, The Shining. So you can obviously see some of the same movies are showing up in this list because they're there for a reason. All right. So, and getting back to our list, here is your number 3.
'Twas the night before Christmas, and all through the house, not a creature was left living.
His hands. Somebody cut off his hands.
Silent Night, Bloody Night, starring Patrick O'Neill and Astrid Heron.
Yeah, Butler wasn't kidding. Nobody's lived here for years.
Don't laugh at me. I want your ID. Some maniac escaped from Margaretville.
Would you like to drive there?
Also starring John Carradine. Was the night before Christmas, and all through the house, not a creature was left living. Silent Night, Bloody Night.
And that was the trailer for A Silent Night, Bloody Night. So I'll just come out and say it. It seems that we're both fans of slasher films. Yeah. So I also have a soft spot for these proto-slashers that influenced Halloween and Friday the 13th, mostly because they're part of other older subgenres of horror films that shouldn't be overlooked if you're a true fan, like films involving an old dark house, or those giallo films that make you want to rush out and buy a fifth of J&B. The history of this great subgenre is covered in an excellent book called Teenage Wasteland by Justin Kurzweil. And I'll just hold on for a moment while you just go online and order yourself a copy. And you're back. Okay, glad you took care of that. All right, so most people who are fans of the original Halloween know that an earlier slasher film, Black Christmas, had elements that were totally influential. I'm here to tell you that there's an earlier film that also had these same elements that people just don't talk that much about, and that film is Silent Night, Bloody Night. So night was actually bloody before it became deadly. So this film was a very effective old dark house movie with some great slasher elements. It takes place in a small Massachusetts town where a wealthy man, Wilfred Butler, runs out of his house on fire on Christmas Eve in 1950 and dies. In his will, he requests that the house remain as he left it. 20 years later, the sole heir, his grandson, wants to sell the house back to the town, and a New York lawyer makes the sale, and his assistant / mistress decide to spend the night in the house on Christmas Eve while waiting for the money. I'm just throwing it out there, but it's probably not a great idea. This film has a lot to recommend it. When you have an old dark house movie, one of your main characters should be the house itself, and this house in particular is just wonderful. It's just a beautiful look on the outside, and it's just slightly bizarre and frozen in time on the inside. There's an object in the house that serves as a reminder of the sins of the past and a harbinger of future sins, and that's the I don't know, would you call it a chamber organ? It's not like a church-sized organ, but it's a small organ for a house. And the film nicely contrasts this beautiful house with some key scenes that show the town in decay. Basically, you see that the city hall's in the same building where you can go get the oil changed in your car. You also have another great cast with a great central performance by Mary Woronov in one of her first non-Warhol movies. It also has other Warhol superstars as well. Has a nice creepy slasher trope with the killer making phone calls from the house to all of his future victims. For some reason, what the killer says makes them all go towards the house, and then you find out in this amazing sepia tone flashback the true history behind this house. It's actually not as bloody as its title would suggest. Most of the murders are quite unsettling. So what's been plaguing this film for many years are the number of public domain DVDs released that are mostly just difficult to sit through. But recently there have been a few HD restored prints that have been released in the last few years. The print I watched was a download from the excellent site Vinegar Syndrome, which has a great variety of exploitation films we can all get behind. There still are some nighttime scenes that are a challenge to sit through, but this is one film that definitely benefits from a cleaned up print. And you can also argue some of the performances are a little bit mannered, and that there is probably just a little too much voiceover. And you can even argue that the reveal as to who the killer is can be a tad silly. And these are all valid points, but I really enjoy the film, and I think it's just another good horror film to watch around Christmas time. What are your thoughts, Michael?
I was also a fan of this movie for a long time. I think it's one of the more underrated horror movies to come out of the 70s because, like you mentioned, there's so many bad prints of it floating around out there, especially on the internet. And those of us who want to seek out every slasher movie ever made and stumble upon a title, Silent Night, Bloody Night, sounds like could be almost a prequel to Silent Night, Deadly Night.
Right.
And you go in expecting that, and you get this really weird kind of 70s movie and a bad print on top of it. It is a very 70s movie, and its aesthetic is very interesting, though. I'm a big fan of most. If I think about like one of my top favorite horror movies of all time, and a lot of them are from the 70s, and because there's something about that time period where it was a decade of excess, and a lot of these horror movies were kind of just kind of surprising and just in the directions that they went. And this one does have a bit of a more stately feel than some of those other ones, but I don't know, just it's so. It has such mood to it that it transforms me. It reminds me of another 70s movie called Messiah of Evil, which is all about mood and atmosphere. And again, Let's Get Jessica to Death, which is also about mood and atmosphere. So it comes from that family of horror movies. So you have to be in the right mindset to really appreciate it. And also you have to see that really beautiful cleaned up print of it on that Vinegar Syndrome put out. So if you go on their website and download it, it's for free. So that's a good incentive. So try to skip some of those bad prints out there,
yes,
if you can, because I think this movie, given the right circumstance and given the right mindset, I think you can get really into it. Mary Woronov is really a really interesting actress, and I think she hasn't gotten enough big roles to really exploit some of her, like a lot of Christopher Walken, who does a lot of supporting stuff now. I feel like she did a lot of supporting, obviously a lot of stuff in the 80s in culty kind of movies, right. But she didn't really get the chance to show that she's a really fine actress. I can see why she was one of Warhol's muses, because of her very striking look. She's quite beautiful in this movie. I don't think Mary Woronov is generally thought of as beautiful, but I think she is. She's quite a striking presence, and she's a lot softer here than she is in some of those women in prison movies in the 80s, which I love. Again, my grandmother was a big fan of those movies.
Oh, okay.
And so I grew up on the craziest movies. and I was exposed to a lot of crazy movies pretty early, and she just popped up a lot in those movies, and I liked her. I always liked her, especially in Night of the Comet, where she's cast against type in that one. She's kind of a good guy for once, and here she is someone you can side with, and you really like her in the movie. It's just an interesting, very 70s movie that I loved from beginning to end. And I loved that sepia-toned backstory. I just thought it was like, it kind of transports you. It's like a very 70s concept to do like this backstory in like a different kind of color and a different, just go in a different place, and I like when movies did that. I like 70s filmmaking was just an interesting time. Like, you had movies like Parallax View, which had that whole sequence where it just was images and music. I feel like I miss that in movies. That movies take a break and become like, do something a little different and change it up a bit. And and it's a bold horror movie to do that. And I like that it's a slasher movie too. It is a slasher movie. It's not like the tightly paced slasher movie that a lot of us are more accustomed to in the 80s. But it's there. It has that element, and it's more akin to maybe some of the giallo of the time. Right. But I'm a big fan of this movie, and I can't recommend it enough.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I was very happy to share this film with you. I mean, I know you're a fan of it, so as far as going back to giallo, I guess you could say there are so many giallos with very unique twist reveals to it. And I guess you could almost say that this is kind of going on in that sort of line of unique twists. I still don't know if I entirely buy that the killer who is revealed could say do all that killing, but it's still just an interesting image, to say the least. When he appears down the staircase, basically, it's very well done, I thought. The film was originally shot, even though it's supposed to be taking place in Massachusetts, it was actually shot over in Oyster Bay on Long Island in 1970. Alternate titles were Night of the Dark Full Moon and Death House. I think that's the title credit you see in the Vinegar Syndrome download. It was released mostly in drive-ins on November 1972 by Canon Films. If any of you listeners don't know anything about them, there are at least 2 documentaries out there about them that just have come out in the last year, I think. One of them was made by the guy who did Not Quite Hollywood, if I remember correctly. Actually, if you look on YouTube, I did notice that there was an 80s BBC documentary about the Golden Brothers as well, which I haven't checked out. I think the VHS copy that those public domain DVDs used was released by Paragon Video in 1982. The film was directed by Theodore Gershony, who was actually married to Mary Woronov at the time, and also directed her in Sugar Cookies. One of the writers was Jeffrey Konvitz, who is also a writer-producer for that great movie The Sentinel, which is also a novel he wrote. And he also is a writer and producer on the underrated summer camp comedy Gorp. Mary Woronov was in a bunch of great movies that I hope you've all seen before. The lawyer is played by Patrick O'Neill, who's had a long career in mostly television, but also had this great role in Chamber of Horrors. He's this one-handed killer who uses a bunch of detachable murder weapons on his, shall we say, handless hand. That's a pretty good film from the 60s. He also apparently owned a few restaurants in Manhattan that I don't know if are still around, and if you ever went to them, their names, of course, escape me, but he apparently was a restaurateur as well. The grandson is played by James Patterson, who apparently was dying of cancer when he shot this film, and you can tell that his voice is dubbed in a few scenes. He was a Tony Award-winning actor for this The Birthday Party, which is one of Harold Pinter's best plays, one of my favorites. Some Warhol superstars that were in the film include Ondine, Candy Darling, Tally Brown. The character of Wilfred Butler was actually played by 3 different people. This happens again with another character in the next film on my list, strangely enough. But the main Wilfred is played by Philip Bruns, who was actually Mary Hartman's father on Mary Hartman, Mary Hartman. And a newspaper editor is played by some guy named John Carradine. I guess he's been in some movies. One of the producers in the infamous Lloyd Kaufman of Troma Films, and this is very much not a Troma film, so you might be very sad or very happy to hear that. And finally, one of the tech credits that stands out to me is the art direction for this film, which is by Henry Schrady, who also did art direction for Squirm and Alone in the Dark, which means I'm forever in his debt.
I'm glad you're fans of those 2 movies. I love those.
Yeah, those are great.
I love those. Those are really good.
Yeah.
Did not know that Lloyd Kaufman was somehow.
Yeah, he was one of his first. Yeah, I don't know. He also wrote Sugar Cookies as well. I think he was working in it.
That's right. And Sugar Cookies came out on Troma DVD. I remember that.
That's right. It did. Yeah.
I remember we were thinking about doing some sort of in-store or at least Troma approached us about doing an in-store with Sugar Cookies, and I don't know why I didn't do one with them, because Troma is just really hard to deal with because they don't want to. They don't want to spend money.
They don't want to spend money, basically. Yeah.
So we have to, put up whatever costs, and then I think, but Mary Warnoff might have been attached to that. Hopefully, I you hear things. I probably, in retrospect, I should have been all over that, but if they could guarantee Mary Warnoff showing up at our store, I would have done it for sure.
Yeah, exactly.
But they weren't willing to do that, so I would have been great. Yeah. I love this movie. It's definitely one you shouldn't pass up because the title is a bit, generic or just recalls other titles. Mm-hmm. Don't do it.
Exactly.
Can we link this movie to another movie? Let's see. Silent Night, Bloody Night. Can we link it to, let's say, something more modern?
Oh, something more modern.
Can we link it to an Adam Sandler movie?
Which grown-ups film you're saying we should link it to?
Let's link it to, what's that new Adam Sandler movie with
I
Drew
don't
Barrymore?
Know. Oh, which new Adam Sandler film with Drew Barrymore?
There was some really terrible.
A few of them. Oh yeah. I know which one you're talking about too. I think he admitted in his last. I saw him on Jimmy Kimmel, and I think he admitted that he often these days he chooses films by if he's going to go someplace nice to as far as that he'll travel to that he hasn't been to in the first place. So, which is why some of his films take place on islands and things like that. So
I actually was on my wife through her old job got a trip for us on a cruise ship. It was the Allure of the Seas, fancy new cruise ship that was doing its maiden voyage, and it was a press trip. And my wife got us on it, and while we were on it, they were filming an Adam Sandler movie, and it was that one, Jack and Jill, I think it was.
Oh God, that one?
Yeah, the one that was this promise of Al Pacino being in this movie, and he wasn't actually in the scenes with the boat, so I never got to see Al Pacino, but I did get to see Adam Sandler and eat hot dogs next to him, so that's not very exciting.
That is exciting.
Looking up this movie on the internet, there is a connection between, because this is Hollywood, you can always connect movies. Mm-hmm. The director Ted Gershny did a story for a movie with Drew Barrymore, Far From Home.
Oh, he did. That's right.
Yeah, so there you go. You can connect so many. You can connect pretty much every movie in Hollywood, even a movie that's very 70s, like Silent Night, Bloody Night, with a crappy Adam Sandler movie. Those actors, there's always actors that can connect them.
Yeah, especially Drew Barrymore. She's had so many different phases of her career, and that was a very interesting direct-to-video phase that she was in. Had some really great films.
I like that one too. That
one's good.
Kind of creepy.
The great What the Fuck movie that she did from that era was a Doppelganger.
Oh yeah, I like that one too.
That one's great.
That's the one where that was her period where she was almost like on Melrose Place, like that kind of. She was like that kind of girl. That
yeah, exactly.
So. I kind of missed that period for her. I love Poison Ivy.
Yeah.
All right, so is that it for Silent Night, Bloody Night?
I think so, yeah.
All right, so we're going to move on to my number 3, and before I do that, I'm going to have a nice swig of scotch. I'm having some Bowmore. It's a 15-year-old Bowmore, so it's a pretty nice one. I'm really enjoying it tonight.
Glad to hear it.
Probably more than I should. All right, so here's the trailer for my number 3. Here we go.
A very special event is coming your way. A chance to rediscover a landmark in entertainment. This summer will mark the return of this epic adventure in theaters across the country. A classic in contemporary cinema. This compelling drama is rich in character and profoundly moving. It is a film with a message for us all. Gremlins are back. So get to a theater near you before they do.
All right, that was actually the TV spot, an interesting, rare TV spot for Gremlins. It was the re-release trailer for Gremlins. Yes, I'm going pretty mainstream with this pick, with a movie that's not generally considered, I guess not generally considered a winter set horror movie, but it is, because it is set during Christmas time, and I'm not going into the plot for Gremlins. Everyone's seen this movie. Yeah. I loved Gremlins when I was a kid, so my love for it has lasted 31 years almost now for this movie. Joe Dante is a director that generally could do me no wrong. I mean, he's made some movies that were not so hot. He's made some great movies, but even his not so hot movies I kind of enjoy because he's always referencing something left and right, like whether it's like a Warner Brothers cartoon or an older classic horror movie or a sci-fi movie. He's always referencing something, so I'm always enjoying his stuff. And there's tons of references in Gremlins, obviously. It's his Spielberg adventure. I mean, Spielberg had a big hand in this movie. It was his production. It was written by Chris Columbus, who went on to be a filmmaker in his own right, a big filmmaker. And it's very much like a kid's movie mixed with a horror movie. But that's kind of what I love about it as well. It's like The Goonies was a kid's movie, but it really appealed to what I wanted back then, and I think Gremlins still kind of holds up, even though it's a kids' horror movie in a way. There's enough mayhem in it to keep you entertained still. I think. It's really silly at times, and it goes into some, maybe gets cartoony, like Joe Dante wants. He wants to reference those cartoons, but I think that's what I enjoy about it. I still really get into it every time I watch this movie, even though it's 30 years old. I even more so in the sequel. I think Gremlins 2 is a really strong sequel,
I agree.
And a really quirky sequel that kind of goes off the rails. So it might even be a stronger movie. So if we were doing a movie about 1990 or some other podcast that wasn't winter related, I would probably pick Gremlins 2. It was even possibly over Gremlins 1 because it's so crazy and out there. But I do still have a deep affection for this movie. I saw it several times in 1984. It came out in June of 84, and it's just one of those movies like you had your childhood favorite with Snoopy. I had a childhood favorite with, I mean, a lot of people had a childhood favorite with Gremlins. I still have a lunchbox. I still have the Gizmo, the original Gizmo plush doll that kind of squeaks. I have, that's all I have from my childhood. I hold on to those two things. Got rid of way too many things and several moves over my life. And I have a weird, I like to purge every time I move, and I just got rid of so much stuff, and I regret so much of it. But I'm glad I held on to Gizmo and the lunchbox because there was a lot of merchandise obviously involved with the making of this movie because they really wanted it to be a hit. And they were kind of they were onto it by 1984 that by merchandising a movie to death they might make a bigger box office splash, and it worked for them. But I think the movie has to hold up in the long run, and I think Gremlins does. What's your take on it?
Yeah, I'm still a big fan of Gremlins and also share your same opinion about Gremlins 2 as well. It's interesting to know, like, basically how he basically got to meet and work with one of his idols, Chuck Jones, in the Gremlins movie, and then basically gets him to do an opening, like, animated sequence in Gremlins 2 as well. So he seems to be like a filmmaker that is very bucket list oriented. Sort of like which of these great character actors that I saw like in a matinee when I was a kid do I want to now work with, and he usually gets those people as well, and there are a ton of them in this film as well, which is why I appreciate it as well. Strangely enough, as popular as this film was in the 80s, I feel like sometimes this film doesn't really get I feel like in some ways it's weirdly taken for granted amongst some of the other, like, it doesn't feel like it's part of like a triumvirate or a trinity of like all the 80s like films you think of that are iconic for kids. It's not quite up there. People don't talk about in the same breath as they talk about E.T. or Raiders of the Lost Ark or Poltergeist or even The Goonies. I feel like I hear more about The Goonies sometimes than I hear about Gremlins these days. And I don't understand that why. And I feel like maybe in some ways the reason I like it so much is that it truly has a B-movie heart through and through, and I think Joe Dante shows his B-movie heart through and through in all of his films, and his background, of course, working for Roger Corman, definitely shows through in all of his films as well. And I do appreciate the like sort of rotating stock of character actors that keep showing up in all of his films as well, like Dick Smith, and he keeps bringing back Belinda Blasky, who I love. So there are just so many amazing people in there, and he also in this film he saw that someone who had an iconic role in television was more than just that iconic role, and could also play another sort of iconic character in his film. And I'm talking, of course, about Polly Holliday. She's really amazing in this film, and she's completely unlike anything you've seen her before. If all you know from her is from the show Alice, and I'm just going to keep referencing Alice, I guess, throughout this podcast.
Why not?
Why not? So. The other underrated part actually is that of the mother, who also I think is great and sort of underused. And I'm also just going to highlight other people who had brief periods of being actors in the Bay Area. And actually, Frances Lee McCain was one of them. She was actually one of the original members of ACT, which is one of the big repertory theaters around here. So I always appreciated seeing her in this film as well. It made me think. I think if I remember correctly, this film and Temple of Doom are the films that they cite as the reason that Hollywood said, we should make up a PG-13 rating, right? And I was trying to think about what made Gremlins, like, what is there any particular scenes that made them made Hollywood give pause, I guess. I mean, you could argue, like, say, some of the mayhem that happens to the Gremlins, like the microwave scene and things like that, could be, hard to take if you're a kid, I suppose. The only scene that's a false move for me, and that some people, and Joe Dante, like, defends the scene to the death, and I totally understand why. It's basically the Phoebe Cates Santa Claus story.
Mm-hmm.
It always, for some reason, it always just takes me out of the film, and I understand why it's there, and it's sort of showing, it's showing Christmas and all of its horror, and also telling like a really sick sort of joke as well at the same time.
Yeah.
But humor is subjective, and I guess for some reason that joke has never, I've never quite gotten that joke. And that's the only thing that's the only part of the film that I still wish was probably not in the film, although it's kind of a character point for Phoebe Cates. Speaking of which, I really wish Phoebe Cates and Meg Tilly would come back and do movies. I'm kind of
totally with you.
Yeah, so there are a lot of wonderful scenes in this film. I kind of wanted to see like a whole feature film involving the Inventors Convention.
Yeah,
I think the whole history behind that is kind of fascinating, and I think there are a ton of great cameos, in those scenes as well.
That's such a Joe Dante scene because no one else would have that scene in their movie.
Exactly,
I'm sure he fought for that one.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, a lot of his films, I like all of his Corman films. I'm a big fan of Matinee as well. I think that's one of his really underrated films. And I'm trying to think about anything else that stands out. Yeah, it's just everything. It's just nonstop character actors doing amazing things, which I always appreciate in films like this. And the Gremlin, not just the Gremlin puppet work, but the Gremlin voiceover work is also something that's underrated and not talked about. I'm sort of like a huge fan of what a lot of voiceover actors do these days.
Well, you have a great voice, so
thanks.
You could be a voiceover actor.
I like to follow like a lot what they're doing, and I'm sort of amazed. Some of the bodies of work that people that have sort of worked throughout the decades that don't get the same star quality name as say like Mel Blanc or whoever, but have had careers just as long as them, or most of them are actually doing voiceover work in this film also, like people like Frank Welker and other people like that. That's another reason why this film appeals so much to me as well. And you don't have to worry about your choices being mainstream. I think we all they're mainstream and they're on everyone's lists for a reason. So, and this is definitely no exception. So this is a great pick as well.
I love that scene in the movie theater in the background where it's playing A Boy's Life and Watch the Skies, which were both the original titles for E.T. and Close Encounters. It's a nice little homage to like how a movie can change a bit when even for a director like Spielberg.
Yeah, he's also good as far as being a producer of being pretty hands off too, as far as like allowing Joe Dante to be Joe Dante also,
right?
Which I appreciate.
He respected what he did. I mean, he worked with him prior on was it Twilight Zone the movie? They both did a couple of I would say that Joe Dante had the stronger of the two segments in that movie, but that's just my personal taste. But they work together. He respects him. He likes his love for cinema and respects what he does, and kind of gave him free rein to do whatever he wanted in this one.
Right.
And within the means. I mean, this wasn't a huge budget movie. This $11 million budget, which seems like a lot now, but we were talking about a movie earlier. What was it? The Dead Zone. And if you compare a movie like The Dead Zone, which is a rather talky movie, to a movie like Gremlins, which has a lot of action, it has animatronics, it has puppet, it has all these things, and really for the same budget, they did a lot of work in this movie. There's a lot of heart put into it, a lot of talent behind the screen, and I love that they used the Back to the Future set. What became the Back to the Future set, the Kingston Falls town square. I like that the idea of this movie was conceived in a loft in New York City. Chris Columbus wrote this movie based on the fact there were mice scurrying around in the darkness while he was staying in a loft in New York City, and he was kind of frightened, and I got the idea for this movie that way. So the origin of this movie actually came.
Had he never seen mice before?
I guess he wasn't used to that that kind of New York City early 80s lifestyle of like you just have to live with the rodents. So this is how it is. Judd Nelson and Emilio Estevez were both. I mean, I'm sure there were several actors, but notably Judd Nelson and Emilio Estevez were considered for the role of Billy. I'm glad they landed on Zach Galligan. He's good in the role. I mean, you sympathize with Billy and you like him immediately. I did not mention this movie on the Corey Feldman podcast, or the Corey Haim and Corey Feldman podcast, because I knew I'd get to it eventually. Right. And I finally did. And also because Corey Feldman does not have much of a role in this movie. He gets to wear a Christmas tree as a that's
right, he does. As a suit, basically.
A suit, yes. And I like that. The Christmas stuff in this movie. I kind of I could definitely see why that Christmas story would bother you. Because it is like someone's death, and it's kind of played as like a joke.
It's someone's death, and they describe in detail what's happened to him, like over the course of like a few days. He's gone missing for a few days.
I know it scarred some of us growing up, like that story. I remember some of my friends being like kind of like distraught by it a little bit, and then of course they repeat that joke again in the sequel.
That's right, they do. Yeah,
with I think it's President's Day or Abraham Lincoln's birthday or something. Which is interesting.
Yeah. That's a funnier joke because that's a funnier holiday.
It is a funnier holiday. That's a holiday you could definitely play for comedy. Exactly. This is the last movie to be shot on a particular Eastman color stock, so it's kind of like, in a way, it's like the last of its kind. Right. It was the first movie in Warner Brothers history in years to use that Shield logo. They were using the Warner Brothers logo that we know from the 80s pretty well by then. There are little tidbits. The mom you mentioned, Frances Lee McCain, in this movie was also Leah Thompson's mom in Back to the Future.
That's right.
And she was also the mom in Footloose. So she was the second go-to mom of the 80s. I feel like the first go-to mom of the 80s was Dee Wallace.
Oh, Dee Wallace.
Yeah, I feel like she was always the mom in the 80s. Yeah. And then of course now Frances Lee McCain. I think her scene with fighting the Gremlins is one of the standout scenes in Gremlins.
Yeah.
I think that she just takes them on. She's really a badass in that scene.
Yeah, she is. Yeah, there's a lot that could go wrong for her in that movie and then in that scene, and she just totally makes out.
Totally, she handles it. She's a mom. She's protecting her family. She's gonna stop these gremlins no matter what. And she blends and microwaves the shit out of them. And I'm glad she does. Judge Reinhold, an actor we all know and love, had a bigger role in this movie. A lot of his scenes were cut out, and you could find a lot of them on the deleted scenes of the DVD and Blu-ray. Right. I don't know if they're necessary. I like watching them again. Like. Yeah, they're not necessary. I can understand why they cut them out. I love Judge Reinhold. Maybe if it was a different actor, like you wouldn't miss them as much, but I could see why they cut them out because they're not about the gremlins. They're not about Billy's so much about Billy. It's more about more about the love triangle that could have been. And I'm glad they didn't focus on that as much because it kind of that one scene that he does to show up in the bar kind of speaks volumes. So the original cut of this movie was 2 hours and 40 minutes long, which is a very long movie, but they cut it down to a good length, I think. It's definitely not a Paul Thomas Anderson movie, so you don't need to do a 3-hour Gremlins movie.
Right. Well, he's planning on doing the Gremlins as opposed to the history of Scientology and Gremlins' involvement in the history of Scientology. So
exactly. Yeah. This was Bill Amon Logo's first appearance on a movie, which was fun to see. Seeing the flying bicycle. I think I had Gremlins on while my kid was up and about, and he saw that logo, and he said "Flying Bicycle Movie," and he knows Gremlins. He knows E.T. right away.
That's excellent.
He has a second favorite flying bicycle movie, or actually it's his first favorite flying bicycle movie, The Dirt Bike Kid. He's obsessed with that movie. Obsessed, which is really weird. But I also show him the scenes on YouTube of E.T. with the flying bicycle, so he loves.
Now, are you going to at his age show him the same films that your grandmother showed you?
I will not. I they didn't affect me, and I don't think they affected me in a really negative way.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't think. I don't know. He doesn't need to see a lot of those right away.
Right.
I got tired of cult and horror movies because of my grandmother after a while, because there was so much of it while I was young. I actually sought out classic movies and independent. I tried to branch out because I was watching too many of those kinds of movies.
That's funny.
It's usually the opposite. You just watch a lot of Oscar bait, and then you want to watch something stupid. But I had watched a lot of crazy things, and I had to watch classic cinema just to retreat from it a bit. Mm-hmm. So it was a weird childhood, yes, to say the least. This was originally Christmas was originally a Christmas release, but they rushed it to be a summer release, which is strange because it's really a Christmas movie.
It's very much so, yeah.
I think this movie would have been associated more with Christmas if they had released it at Christmas, I think.
Yeah, that's true.
But
it still did very well, though.
It did very well. They realized they had, I think it was Warner Brothers, they realized they had no competition for Temple of Doom and Ghostbusters. Temple of Doom was Paramount and Ghostbusters was Columbia. So Warner Brothers had nothing to go up against them. So they made sure Gremlins was out by the summer, and it was released on the same day as Ghostbusters, and both movies became big hits. I think Ghostbusters was the bigger of the hits, but yeah, they all made money, all three of those movies. So studios were doing something right, I guess. Then Beach Street was open on the same day as
that's right, yeah,
as Gremlins, and I think. Safe to say that Gremlins was the bigger hit of the two. I'm not a big Beach Street fan. I know it seems like I would be a Beach Street fan, but because I like those kinds of movies, I like Breakin' a lot. But I don't know, Beach Street I like Ray Don Chong in it, but I don't know, that's crazy about it. Star Trek 3 was the big hit that summer as well, and The Karate Kid was released later that month. So there was a lot of fun movies.
A lot going on that.
Yeah. That was a good time to watch movies. Mm-hmm. I remember going to see a lot of movies in summer of '84 and being really happy.
Yeah, yeah, me too. I could give you some more obscure tech credits.
Yes, I love them.
I know that there are a ton of character actors we could talk about, and they all have great careers. But what about the prop master?
What about him?
His name is Martin Wunderlich. He also did props for films like Audrey Rose and Capricorn 1, which I hear some people consider a documentary.
Can I stop you there? What are your thoughts on Audrey Rose?
It's good. I don't know if all the courtroom scenes work for me still.
Yeah, I think they really dragged them down.
Yeah. I mean, but the Audrey Rose herself is actually really good, I think.
She's great. I love her.
Yeah. So
okay, you can resume Prop Master Guy.
Okay, thanks.
Sorry.
He also worked on 2010 and Quicksilver. And the other thing that you might say, well, that's pretty obscure. But what about the guy who plays the French horn in this film? He's probably had a fascinating career in film, and in fact, James Thatcher has played that distinctive French horn that everyone recognizes in over 1,000 films.
Wow.
So any film that you didn't think had a French horn in it, it probably did. And he was probably the one playing it. He's been in films like Ernest Saves Christmas and Gorillas in the Mist. So two films that you didn't think had any connection whatsoever, but there's your connection. Things like April Fool's Day and Metal Storm, The Destruction of Jared Sin. So all those films all have James Thatcher's French horn.
That is awesome.
Yeah.
All right. So that was Gremlins. And we are going to move on to our number twos. Before we do, let's do another top 5 so I can get these all out there to you guys. Let's see. Lance Vaughn of Kinder Trauma, he sent me his top 5. I don't have a specific order, so I'm just going to read them out. Curse of the Cat People from 1944. Devil Times 5. You'll Like My Mother from 1972. Wind Chill. Another one mention for Wind Chill. And Dead of Winter from 1987. Also, he had honorable mentions to The Children from 2008, a movie, one of your picks. Dark Hours, Suspended Animation, one of my picks. And Ghost Keeper. So Lance Vaughn of Kinda Trauma, kind of on the same wavelength.
Great list.
Thank you, Lance. Love your stuff. And kindatrauma.com. Log on to it. It's one of the best websites out there on the internet.
Yep.
All right, so let's go on to our number 2s. And here is yours.
Everyone has a secret nightmare about the ugliest way to die. Whatever yours may be, now it lives.
What are you yelling about?
People. Little people.
If you take them in, you'll be taken in, because there is no way to survive the devil times 5.
What about those kids? You gotta be kidding.
Whatever you think they are, they're not. Whatever you think they won't do, they will.
What are they?
They're piranha.
You mean you feed those little babies to those big ugly things?
Here, you wanna feed them?
Not since Village of the Damned has death become so brutal or survival so hopeless.
You sons of bitches! Leave her alone! Leave her alone!
One by one. Body by body. Death will come in its most dreaded form. They bring their own omen. And it is written in blood. The devil times 5 leaves nobody alive.
And that was the amazing trailer for Devil Times 5. And sorry, but I happened to choose another Killer Kids movie. So I can't help it. There are 2 great Killer Kids movies out there that take place in the snow, so sue me. So when I first rented this movie about, say, 15 or 20 years ago, I thought my tape was faulty because a particular scene started in slow motion, and then it just kept going in slow motion. So by the end of the scene, however, I was completely taken in by the film, and I enjoyed it thoroughly, even though by the end it had lured me into multiple bear traps in the snow, and then this blonde nun started walking towards me with a switchblade. And, maybe I should explain the plot of this film first. And there will be spoilers, but with a film called Devil Times 5, you should probably have a pretty good idea of what it's about. The film's about a bus full of juvenile mental patients that crashes in the snow. And the 5 survivors seek shelter in a secluded mountaintop home owned by this self-made wealthy guy who's there along with some of his underlings and their significant others. And of course, the adults don't think there's anything strange about these kids, even though one is dressed in army fatigues and another is dressed as a nun because, it's the 70s. Then accidents start to happen to the adults. Then the adults finally realize that they're not accidents. Then after that, they finally realize that the kids are responsible, but do they find out in time? Well, it's the 70s, so you can guess whether it has an upbeat or a downbeat ending. This film has many things going for it, although perhaps one thing it doesn't have going for it is plot coherence. But when I'm watching a film like this, I do not worry about something as trivial as that, because I just want to see a group of kids try and kill as many adults as possible. And if it if it's in an atmospheric setting, that's even better. And I also have a soft spot for this film because of how troubled this production was, and it's kind of a miracle that it got made. It's safe to say that I also have the same type of soft spot for the last film on my list. There are other films that are even more mixed up and have more troubled histories than this one, but for every night train to terror, there's also an Evils of the Night. When you have a film that is troubled like Devil Times 5 that doesn't have the luxury of multiple takes, then you'll have actors relying on their first impulses when they're shooting a scene. Now, these impulses often result in moments that just entertain to no end. Say, like when the kids all sit down and have dinner with the adults, and the novice nun says to the, I guess we'll call him the hero of the movie, "I was noticing your hair. It's very healthy." And I couldn't help but laugh because my hair is just as healthy as his. And also, when you have child actors improvising their scenes, you'll get lines of dialogue that have never been spoken before or since in the history of cinema. And I think we have one of those that we shall play right now.
Let's go to Ralph's quarters and chow down. Oh, God. I hope they have something better than peanut butter. Something like steak or chicken. Again. Maneuver start in 1 hour. Let's chow down. Make my mouth slobber.
And that was a first and probably last. This film also has to decide how the kids behave when they show their true colors and really start becoming murderous. And the filmmakers make the wise choice to have them treat killing off these adults as if it were a particularly fun game of tag, which makes the last reel all the more unsettling. It's not a particularly gory film, but some of the deaths are pretty creative with some images that definitely stick with you, because it's not every day that you see a film set in the wintertime that has a death by piranha in a bathtub. And if that doesn't pique your interest, then I can't help you. I love that the screenwriter for this film also plays the mentally challenged handyman who talks to his rabbits. And since this film was made in the early 70s, there are characters named Lovely and Papa Doc. And maybe it's the Berkeley in me talking, but I'm sure that the screenwriter, when writing this self-made millionaire character who was a tyrant and a bully, was aware that the president for the life of Haiti, Francois Duvalier, or Papa Doc, had just passed away. I know this theory is not based on any facts, but I know it's true. This film speaks to me viscerally because of its overuse of slow motion shots and freeze frame shots that zoom up real close on those scenes of terror. It brings me back to a time when there were certain horror films that would show up on TV that freaked me out as a kid that used these same cinema tricks. Films like Warlock Moon, Death Ship.
Love Warlock Moon. Sorry.
Yeah. Oh, no, that's a great film. I think we've talked about it before. This film has a great cast, and it's the only film you'll see where Boss Hogg and Rosario from Will and Grace are married. It also has the great, tragic, and still great Leif Garrett, and also his real-life sister and mother. And there's also some cross-dressing, which you can't have a horror movie in the 70s without that element. Now, depending on who you're rooting for in this film, the ending is either a downer or an upper. The film lets you know what they're rooting for when they leave the ending open for a sequel that never happened. Or did it? Now, I'm sure someone else already has this thought or has had this thought, but I realized a while ago that an unofficial sequel was made about 15 years later. It's called Party Line. And it's about a brother and sister who run a phone sex hotline that lure men to their homes so that the brother, Leif Garrett, can kill them, sometimes while wearing women's clothes. And their wealthy parents mysteriously died.
I've never seen that.
I think the poster actually ended up on your Cinema to Meet page
about
a week ago.
Yeah, somebody Somebody sent it to me or something. I remember.
It has gratuitous Sean Weatherly, so it's a good film. Obviously, the 5 kids end up in LA, then go their separate ways, except for Leif Garrett and his sister, who obviously charm their way into a wealthy couple's life, then murder them, inherit a lot of money, and then spend their days running a phone sex hotline while killing people on the side. It's so obvious all the pieces fit together. Okay, probably none of those pieces fit together, but it's fun to speculate. Anyway, there's so many reasons that this film shouldn't work, but it does. And I think everyone should experience it at least once. What are your thoughts on the film?
We just love killer kid movies. This has got to be like one of the craziest killer kid movies ever made.
It is.
It's so, like you said, 70s, but like it's different, a very different 70s. It's like 70s. Like the way Silent Night, Bloody Night was night, but in a crazy 70s way. It's like you just don't know what to expect from this movie.
It's the cocaine 70s.
It's like near albino looking. Was it like, is the character supposed to be albino looking, or
she's supposed to be? Yeah, she is supposed to be albino looking.
She's supposed to be albino looking, dresses in a nun's uniform. It's so weird and so 70s and so out there and crazy. Like you really don't know what to expect, and then it goes in these weird places, and the slow-mo is so creepy.
It's creepy, but also hypnotic.
And hypnotic, yes.
It's kind of like the lava lamp of slow motion kill scenes.
There is a 70s movie called Thriller, A Cruel Picture. Have you seen that one?
Which one is it? Thriller, you said?
Thriller, or I think it's called, they call her One Eye.
Oh,
it's sort of like was a little bit of a Tarantino kind of inspiration for for his stuff. It has some crazy slow motion in that movie that proves that slow motion can be really, really effective if done well. Like obviously, directors in the last 20 years have used slow motion in terrible ways. And like it's just, but the slow motion in that movie and the slow motion in this movie are so bizarre that they really add to the movie and make it kind of special and unique in their own. And yeah, and anything with kids doing crazy evil things like will immediately pique my interest, and hopefully for you viewers or listeners out there, because because even though I have kids, like just like watching kids doing evil things, this is fun to watch. I mean, you can't take it completely serious, but there are kids out there who do like some crazy shit, especially these days. You hear it all the time. And in the 70s, like anything can happen, and it does in this movie. And I love that it's like a real true winter movie. These kids are like walking, like trudging through the snow, pulling bodies and doing all these and getting into all this mischief, and just wreaking havoc on the people in this house. I love that Leif Garrett's mom is in this movie, and she's like nude in half the movie, and just like it's just really inappropriate for.
She's very much a Russ Myers character.
She is, which may pique the interest of some of you guys out there.
Yep.
Yeah, it's hard to even describe this movie. You described it best. I have nothing else to say. I love Devil Times 5.
Yeah, it's a great film.
And the DVD print from Code Red is a little. I don't know. Is it cut or something? Something is up with that print. It doesn't seem like.
I don't know if it's cut or not. I was just so pleased to actually see like a decent print of it, because that's another sort of almost public domain movie that's had some pretty shoddy DVDs before it.
I feel like there are scenes missing or something. There's like some continuity, maybe it's the movie. There's some real.
I think it's just the film itself. If you look at, if you know the background behind, like how amazing they were able actually to cobble everything together. I think they had to sort of really put scenes in just to put them in, regardless of the continuity errors. I think the continuity errors just happened because that was all the film that they had.
Gotcha.
To put in the film, basically.
It adds to the movie. It adds to the weird mystery and weirdness of the movie, I think, in a way. Ultimately,
the background I have definitely touches on that. Actually, the DVD commentary and the documentary touches on that as well too. The film was shot in 1972, I believe, in Lake Arrowhead down in Southern California. The shoot was finished in about 4 weeks, but according to the producer Mickey Blowitz, they only had a 38-minute movie, and then they had to go back and reshoot it with a different director. And most of the reshoots happened later on in a house in the Los Feliz neighborhood in LA. It started out being directed by Sean McGregor, and then it was reshot by David Sheldon. In the Cone Red DVD, Mr. McGregor is not there to defend himself, but there apparently were conflicts involving him, the producer, and a plate glass window. Mr. McGregor also apparently has a story credit for The Brotherhood of Satan, which is actually a really fun movie from the 70s. The other director, David Sheldon, he was working for American International Pictures at the time, and he was a producer on many classics like Grizzly, Rolling Thunder, and Just Before Dawn.
Ooh.
Yeah. So when the film was finished, it took a while to find a distributor, and they were finally picked up by Cinemation Industries, which released it in June of '74. The original script was called People Toys, and it was originally written to be kind of like And Then There Were None, or 10 Little Indians story, and then that went by the wayside during the shooting of the film. When it was first released, it was called The Horrible House on the Hill, and I think the Code Red DVD has that title sequence as The Horrible House on the Hill. It was re-released a year later as A Devil Times 5. Cinemation had an almost 10-year run of releasing films like Fritz the Cat and Sweet Sweetback's Badass Song. Besides Boss Hogg and Rosario, there's the Leif Garrett family, which includes Sister Dawn Lynn and Mother Carolyn Steller. Leif and Dawn played brother and sister in all of the Walking Tall films. Of the other three kids, Tierre Turner, who plays the army fatigue-wearing kid Brian, he continued acting through the 70s on TV and in films like Friday Foster and Cornbread Earl and Me. Then he segued into being a stuntman in films like Die Hard 2 and Anaconda, and more recently for J.J. Abrams in his Star Trek movies and Super 8. So he's had a long career. The other two kids, who are pyromaniac Susan and novice nun Sister Hannah, were in real life Sean McGregor's daughter and his girlfriend at the time, which is why the nun seems quite a bit older than the rest of the kids. Gene Evans, who plays Papa Doc, was mostly in war movies and westerns like The Steel Helmet and The Battle of Cable Hogue, and apparently he had terrible eyesight throughout his life and was almost legally blind, even though he mostly played his parts without wearing glasses. It's a strange thing to be doing. The character of Dr. Brown, who is the lone adult survivor of the bus crash who gets killed very slowly, he's the one who's played by three people in the film. He's driving the bus. That's one character. He runs through the snow after him. That's another character. Then he gets killed, and that's another actor. The most famous, well-known of the three people was Henry Beckman, who also played Samantha Egger's father in The Brood. On the technical side, there's a scene where the pyromaniac possibly starts a fire, and there might be someone that has to go and do a stunt where they're set on fire. The guy that got to do that stunt for the day was Buddy Joe Hooker, who was this legendary stunt coordinator for films like Close Encounters of the Third Kind and The Right Stuff and To Live and Die in L.A. And he basically did this low-budget film because it was his first ever fire stunt. And that's all the background I have on this.
That's a lot of fun tidbits. I'm glad you dug up a lot of stuff. I just feel like it's kind of a movie that's kind of been lost. I mean, glad Code Red released the DVD, but I feel like it would have been mostly forgotten about.
Right.
Because time isn't kind to these movies, especially movies that were so problematic in their production that they didn't get proper releases.
Exactly.
But there it is. It's out there for us to enjoy forever, and I love it. We'll watch it many times with many other Killer Kid movies that I'm sure we'll get to. This podcast eventually covered them all. There was one other Killer Kid movie that I came across that was set in the snow. What was it? Well, I guess Damien Omen 2 has.
There's that great ice rink scene.
Yeah, there's elements in that too. So maybe that was the one I'm thinking of. So much fun. We could have done a Killer Kid in the Snow podcast, maybe.
That was a good podcast indeed.
All right, so let's move on to my number 2. Here's a TV spot.
Some things shouldn't be disturbed. Some questions shouldn't be asked. Sometimes it's better not to be so curious, to let well enough alone. If you go looking for trouble, chances are you're going to find it.
starts Friday. Check your local newspaper.
All right, that is the TV spot for The Boogans. Here's the plot. I'm going to read the back of the DVD cover. In a small town near Denver, two young men begin to explore a long-abandoned old mine recently reopened by a group of miners. When one of the old men is discovered missing, his friends begin to search that leads them to horrifying consequences. They're all unaware of the evil that has been unleashed, and soon, one by one, a monster that no one has ever seen snatches them up, and suddenly the grisly truth is revealed, and a young couple is forced to confront the unknown in order to save their lives and the entire town. Sorry, I'm butchering things. I think I'm drinking too much scotch tonight. The Boogans is a low-budget creature feature released in January of 1982, and I did not see this movie in the theater. It did not get a huge release throughout theaters, but it did make its way into theaters eventually in January of 1982. I think a lot of people say this one is a 1981 release, but it came out in 1982 in New York, so that's where I'm going to say it is a 1982 release. And it did capture its fans. I know Stephen King was a big fan of this movie, and I don't know, something about it I go back to over and over. The idea of a low budget creature feature set in the snow in Colorado with charming actors playing charming characters just kind of wins me over more than a lot of other movies I would have probably put in its place in the number 2 spot. The creature's not really shown that much. It's a lot of subjective POV shots. They only made one creature, so there wasn't a lot to show. When they did show it, did look kind of fake, whatever. There's behind the scenes stills of the creature itself. You can find them easily on the internet, and just judging the Boogans creature on its own is just it's silly. It's out there. It's what is it? Part octopus. I don't know what
it's basically a turtle with tentacles.
Yeah, exactly. It's pretty out there and weird, but I like weird movies. I like a movie about a giant sea turtle. The Rankin and Bass movie from the 70s, a TV movie, The Bermuda Depths. So I like weird movies. So the Boogans. There's no surprise for me that I like the Boogans. A lot of it's because the actors are charming, and the movie just. It's a very little movie that tries its best to entertain and help you get you engaged in its plot and its characters, and that's all I wanted. And it kind of wins me over every time I see it. I like Rebecca Balding a lot.
Yeah.
I think she's very very cute, and I probably had a crush on her when I saw this when I was younger. And I saw it on HBO, or one of the cable channels played it. In the around 83, 84, somewhere around there. I remember seeing it at my aunt's house. It's one of the places where I could actually watch horror movies that I didn't go to the video store to see. I would see them at my aunt's house. And there was another movie coming up a little later that I saw at my aunt's house, one of your picks.
Okay.
So
that's funny.
The first time I ever saw it was at my aunt's house on cable. And the Boogans just really just made an impact on me. I love the dog in this movie, the tiger. I think it's a Bichon Frise. There were 2 dogs used. The dogs are just great actors. I'm sure they used the dogs in some very specific ways. One dog for one thing, one dog for the other. But I don't know. They come across as really interesting characters in the movie in a way. And Rebecca Balding, like I mentioned, she's very cute. She was in Silent Scream. Mm-hmm. She was the final girl on that, and she was on Soap. And I think she might have been the girlfriend of, I want to say, was it Billy Crystal's girlfriend?
Yes, yeah, she was Billy Crystal's girlfriend.
Okay. So then she was on Making It, the TV series, which I never got to see, but that was the Saturday Night Fever series with the guy, the king of the disco floor, who's trying to make it big out of New Jersey. And then she was in several other things. I remember her specifically from an episode of Family Ties.
Right.
I loved Family Ties. I watched every single episode of that show, all 179.
I think she's also married to the director as well.
Yes, she is. They met on, I believe, on this movie.
Yes.
I tried reaching out to them at some point. I think I emailed both Rebecca Balding and the director, and no one replied to me, which made me sad.
Facebook stalking is not the same as it used to be.
No, yeah, totally. And I even had it in with them because I knew the guy who released this movie out on Blu-ray. DVD and Blu-ray. The guy who worked then for Olive Films, who released, who went out of his way to release this on Blu-ray, and that didn't work. So I don't know what will. The original writer. We'll go into details about the movie after. But what's your take on it?
I have always been a pretty big fan of the Bogans. I didn't see it also in the theaters, unfortunately, too, but it's definitely one of those films it's definitely geared for freaking out kids of an impressionable age. It's definitely that ideal type of movie. You were saying about how all the characters are likable, even the ones that are, say, involved in the mining company, which is responsible for all of this. They're not bad people at all either. Everyone's likable. I guess. For me personally, you might not hear me say this, but I think the only villain in the film is actually the dog tiger. I would say he's responsible for at least 2 deaths from all his actions. So now that's not to say that I am, not a dog person. I grew up around cats, but some of my best friends are dogs. Shout out to Mosley if you're listening. Okay, that was a shout out to my dog, Mosley. And let's see. The great thing too is that even though the foursome are just really decent young adult types, they're still just as horny as if they were teenagers, which is it's a truism. That doesn't go away. So, we talked about how Stephen King was definitely a fan of this film, and I kind of feel like Joe Dante is secretly a fan of this film as well. I think you definitely could appreciate this film. I actually like the fact that there is just little to be seen of the monster, especially when the tentacles come out before we actually see the monster. When those show up, that is quite surprising as well. So I think definitely the case is less is more in this case. One thing I noticed, or one thing that struck my eye, I don't really follow fashions and hairstyles of films as much as some people might do on this podcast, mostly because it's just not what I follow so much in my day-to-day life. Anyone who's seen me and how I dress will agree. But one thing I did notice this time was that the deputy sheriff somehow reminded me in his hairstyle and the way he looked just like the deputy sheriff of The Prowler. I don't know if you picked that up.
Yes,
but,
yes.
It's not the same actor, obviously, but they did have that. They looked exactly alike for some reason. And I thought that was funny. You can say monster movies. I sort of question people that question how good a monster looks, especially if they say it's not convincing, because one, it's a monster movie, which is it's based on fantasy. And 2, you basically, it's really a monster movie is just a monster that is you're always going to be taken out of it. You're always going to be aware that you're going to see somebody in a suit or a CGI. And hopefully you're not going to realize that very often in a film, but, and you're sort of looking for those moments where, you're taken, out of the fact that it is a monster in a suit or whatever. So you look for those moments rather than the moments where you are taken out, if that makes any sense.
Totally.
I just think it's I think any child, I guess it was rated R, wasn't it? And I think it was just because of the, I feel like it's just because of the sheriff scene, the sheriff deputy scene that might have pushed it over the edge.
Is there a little nudity in the movie? I remember.
I think there is, but I don't think there's even. I don't remember if there's actual frontal, believe it or not. One of your favorite cast members, also from Prom Night, is in it, if I remember correctly.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I've always been a big fan of her work as well. She's had quite an interesting career. We can talk about background if you'd like, but yeah, I'm a big fan of the film.
Anne-Marie Martin. I think she has two names.
Eddie Benton was the first one.
Eddie Benton, yes. She was in Prom Night as Wendy. I loved her in that. And I love her in this. I think she's a totally different character. She's like, obviously in Wendy in Prom Night is one of the ultimate bitch slasher movie characters, and I think she's amazing in that, and I think she sets kind of the bar for that. And here she's just a nice kind of girl who, like the horny teenager, 20-somethings. She's part of that, but she's never like kind of rude or condescending or anything, or at odds with the final girl. I think she just wants to have some fun, and you can't, exactly. Yeah. And she's really good at it.
Exactly.
You can't blame those characters. I think the guy who plays her boyfriend, he has that kind of hair that's very reminiscent.
He's like, very 80s hair.
Yeah, I'm going to mention the hair because that's I'm holding up my end of the Retro Movie Love podcast, talking about hair and outfits and stuff.
As you should.
One, I'll mention his hair, which is very reminiscent of that era. Like I feel like the dad from Silver Spoons kind of had hair from that, like that. He kind of reminds me of him actually, or at least the deputy sheriff. I don't know, something about their.
He does look like he would be in a series of 80s sitcoms that were on for a season.
Exactly, and then Eddie Benton or Anne-Marie Martin with her cowboy hat, rocking that. I think that's a fun little nod to the Colorado set, or I think it's Utah actually.
I think it's shot in Utah. I think Sun Film Classics is behind it. I think they did a lot of Utah set films.
Exactly. I think the mines in this movie were built in a closed supermarket in Park City, Utah, which is fun. The idea that the mines were actually a supermarket, and given that it was a $600,000 movie, you would never know that it was a supermarket. Exactly. So they made the most of their budget, like a lot of these good little horror movies do. They try their best. Shot over 6 weeks in February of 1981, starting with February of 1981. One of the writers on the movie, there were a couple of writers. The original writer, David O'Malley, wrote a movie called Snowballing. For those of you like teen college sex comedies,
I don't know that.
There's that one. Okay. He wrote some Life and Times of Grizzly Adams, and then later on went on to do a Corey movie, Edge of Honor, that was direct to video, and Fatal Instinct, that's a parody of Fatal Attraction and
he did the Carl Reiner. It's a Carl Reiner film, right?
Yeah, Carl Reiner. Yes.
That's so crazy.
Then Jim Koof, who was also, I think, might have revised the script or something. He went on to write The Hidden, Stakeout, Secret Admirer, Class, Wacko, Pink Motel, and Rush Hour.
And Disorganized Crime.
So I like all those movies except for one. You can guess which one. See, Hidden, Stakeout, Secret Admirer, Class, Disorganized Crime, Wacko, Pink Motel, and Rush Hour. So yeah, I didn't like Rush Hour.
Really?
I'm not a big Jackie Chan, Chris Tucker fan. Kind of. Not a fan of that.
Chan's a very, very nice man. I've heard stories. So
I bet he is. I don't know. Just something about like the teaming of those. Like Chris Tucker doesn't do it for me.
Oh,
he's great, Jackie Brown. Especially the scene in the trunk.
Yeah.
But that's all I'll say. It opened up against another kind of creature feature, if you will, Jaws of Satan.
Yes.
Which bombed. And then the Cinema de Meep Retro Movie Love favorite, The Seduction, opened up the following week. Love that movie. It was released by Jensen Farley Pictures, who will represent again on this podcast coming up soon, and Taft International Pictures and Sun Pictures. I think Taft International Pictures was the same as Sun Pictures. I'm not sure. I think they were one of the same. And then eventually on Republic and Paramount VHS, which I snapped up once I came out. I was like, wow, the boogans. And then I think later on it made it to IFC played the Boogans.
Yes, they played some interesting films
in high definition, which was the first
time.
Boy. Yeah, that was ever shown in high definition was on IFC, and I'm glad my friend Frank released it on Blu-ray because now I can watch it in the audio commentary, which was pretty good. Even if the director and the actor never got back to me about it. That's all I got.
That's all you got? I can give you some more obscure things. Let's see. The John Crawford, who was the short mining company guy. He was in one of my favorite 70s crazy horror films, The Severed Arm. I don't remember that one.
I love that movie.
Yeah, he's in that.
Movie.
He's a big role in that.
So good.
It also shares a cinematographer with my last pick, Paul Hipp. He started out as a cinematographer for Devil Times 5, as well as this film.
Oh, cool.
Then he also did Blood and Lace as well, and he did a bunch of John Hayes movies, which are all varying in quality, but Grave of the Vampire is his most famous one.
I like that movie a lot.
Yeah, that's
that was
a great
written
film.
by David Chase.
Yes, it was.
Sopranos.
Yep. And of course, no background information for the Boogans is complete without talking about the makeup artist. I'm not talking about the FX makeup artist, but of course, the makeup artist. I know you've been asking about. You were telling me without telling me that I should tell you about information about the makeup artist for the Boogans.
Please.
Yeah, so his name is Carolee Balatz, or sometimes goes by Charles Balatz. He has done makeup for Humanoids from the Deep, Paris, Texas, Jewel of the Nile, and both the Young Guns films.
Those are all really different movies.
They are, but they all need makeup.
Yep.
So... Nope, that's all I have.
Pretty awesome.
I'm sorry. Actually, Michael Spence was the editor, and he also edited things like One Dark Night
love that movie.
And Silent Night, Deadly Night.
We will mention One Dark Night in every podcast because
as you should.
That's the best movie ever.
Yeah.
And what was the other one you mentioned?
Oh, and Silent Night, Deadly Night,
which we love and would have made our top fives if we could count. We could pick many, many movies. So.
Exactly.
All right, so that was the Boogans, and we're going to take a break. We'll be back right after this.
Where your clothes were stolen.
we're back. I hope you enjoyed that song. I love the Smiths, and even though it's not a winter song proper, I think it kind of matches the atmosphere and the mood pretty well.
I think Morrissey is always in winter.
Yes. All right. So I'm going to do some listener top fives. This one's going to come from Scott Pliskin here. He recorded one for us. Here it is.
Hey, this is Scott Pliskin with my top 5 winter set horror movies. I've got the 2 Stephen King adapted movies on my list, starting with number 5, Misery. Stars Kathy Bates and Jimmy Caan. Of course, this was Kathy Bates' big breakout role. Number 4 is The Shine. Actually, it's a Dreamcatcher, which is pretty ridiculous and pretty disgusting, but, pretty fun, entertaining movie. If you're a fan of Homeland, Damian Lewis stars as Jonesy. Number 3 is Abominable Snowman of the Himalayas, starring Peter Cushing and Forrest Tucker, which I actually saw for the first time on Commander USA's Groovy Movies back in the day, and I actually have that episode up on YouTube. At number 2, I actually have a tie, Let the Right One In and Let Me In, which is basically the same movie, except one's in English and the other one isn't in English. And my number 1 is another tie, which is The Thing from Another World and John Carpenter's The Thing. The original Thing, is just like a campy, fun horror movie. James Arness is, basically playing like a Frankenstein monster type creature. And there you have it. That's my top 5 winter set horror movies. Until next time, keep watching the sky and watch Clark.
Thank you, Scott. Another fun list. And I'm also going to read out one since we only have a couple left. This one comes from Dustin of thefilmfile.com. He also wrote the book The Fright File, 150 Films to See Before Halloween, which is available on Amazon to buy. So it's our second book we're recommending on the podcast. See, we read too. We don't just watch movies. We read books about movies. Number 5 is Frozen from 2010. Number 4 is Curtains from 1983. Number 3 is Misery from 1990. Number 2 is Black Christmas from 1974. And number 1 is The Shining from 1980. So no love for The Shining remake here yet so far. Honorable mentions go to John Carpenter's The Thing, Dead of Winter, Christmas Evil, Wendigo, Calvaire, Deep End, and The Children from 2008. So, cool list. All right, let's go into our number 1s. Here is the trailer for your number 1.
Behind every curtain, someone is waiting. Someone is watching. Someone is hiding. What waits behind the curtains is exciting, frightening, sensual, terrifying, and bizarre. Curtains reveal what you expect and what you don't. The ultimate nightmare.
And that trailer was from the immortal film Curtains. So I guess it's no secret that I seem to be attracted to films with troubled pasts. And I guess I find appealing films whose behind-the-scenes backstories are fraught with as much melodrama as the scenes in front of the camera. There's not a lot to say about Curtains that hasn't already been said, so I'll just re-say with these things while probably using the same words, so bear with me. When I first saw it about 20 years ago, it actually didn't impress me that much, strangely enough. I loved the poster. I remember the TV ads as a kid with that extremely creepy doll, but the VHS print was not that great, and I just thought the film had a split personality. And these days, I still think the film has a split personality, and that is one of the main selling points for me. So I'm not sure if that says anything about me as a person, and I probably will not spend too much time finding out if it does. I actually gave it a second chance when 15 years ago I stumbled upon a website called The Terror Trap, which should also be called the Curtains fan site.
Yes, a great website.
Mm-hmm. They reviewed this and a bunch of other underrated slasher movies, and I had to rewatch it. A few things stood out. I realized it was more of a psychological thriller with some excellent stalk and slash scenes, and that had this great central metaphor of actresses literally dying for a role. I'll try and be quick about telling you the plot. Famous actress Samantha Sherwood decides to have herself committed to an asylum in order to prepare herself for the titular role of the mentally unstable woman in a film called Audra, which will be directed by Jonathan Stryker, who considers her his muse. When she hears that Mr. Stryker is going to hold a weekend audition for Audra without her, she escapes the asylum for possible revenge. At the very least, she really wants that part. The rest of the film takes place in Stryker's mansion and on the grounds and possibly on a frozen pond. Stryker has selected 6 other women to audition for the part. One of them doesn't make it to the audition, but Samantha does, and then the film gets even more interesting. Each time I see the film, I'm reminded by how much I love all of the actresses who want to be Audra, and I just wish Audra got made as a film, and I wish even more that each actress got to play Audra in their own film. I don't care if the film ends like they possibly couldn't decide who the killer was. I don't care if some killer characters are underdeveloped in spite of their obvious talent. I don't care that the film maybe could use maybe one more scene with the killer stalking someone. Sometimes the pieces that make a feature film don't all fit together, and sometimes it doesn't matter. This film has 3 scenes involving the killer that are classic. They take place on a frozen pond, in a prop house, and in the rain inside a person's mind. The scenes in the asylum are disturbing without being over the top. All the acting is excellent across the board, if just a tad bit melodramatic, which I like. My only quibble is that the ending could be stronger, and in fact, there was an alternate ending shot that unfortunately I don't think we'll ever see. But we do have the pleasure of finally seeing a beautiful print of the film that got released on Synapse on Blu-ray last year. Everyone owes it to themselves to see this print before they can pass judgment on this film. Michael, what are your thoughts on this film?
I absolutely, I'm sorry, I'm talking over you. I absolutely, because I love this movie so much, Curtains is one of the best slasher movies of its time period, of that golden era of slasher movies that came after Halloween and kind of, I think I would say through 1984. That's kind of like the golden period of slasher movies. Yeah. Like you said, there had some problems in the productions, to say the least. But most films do have problems. I mean, it's not easy making a movie. As so many things can go wrong. I've been on film productions, and I've been in productions where things just went off the rails, and I just didn't even get a chance to even work because the productions just kind of blew up, and they either ran out of money or just couldn't get their act together or whatever. So many things can go wrong making a movie. So making a movie work when there's problems like that is a testament to the filmmakers. I mean, they made the most out of it, and I like it despite those flaws and those problems. I think it absolutely works. I mean, there's this weird meld of a movie that's trying to be arty and a movie that's trying to be just a kind of by the numbers slasher, and that's what kind of makes the movie work so well for me, because it has those set pieces, and because it has the atmosphere, because it has the classy vibe that it has, and the actors doing their best, and good actors too. And I love a good Canadian slasher movie. I mean, this is Canadian slasher movies at its best. With movies like this and My Bloody Valentine and Happy Birthday to Me and the many fun movies that came out of that country of that time period. And Curtains has some really standout scenes. I mentioned earlier that the other movie that I saw on cable at my aunt's house, this was it, Curtains, and it frightened me. Even though I saw all these crazy movies in the theater when I was pretty young, for some reason Curtains at my aunt's house when I was a kid in it probably was 84 when I got around to seeing it. I don't know, something about it just really freaked me out. Like the set pieces, so that set piece that goes through the prop house, especially something about that scene, really well done. And that was one of the scenes that was added by the producer, I believe. That wasn't one of the original director scenes. And it's a movie that could be just a scene that could be added can help a film. Even if it's made by somebody else. I mean, film is an expression of people's ideas, and it's made to entertain. And this movie is entertaining from beginning to end. It has a sense of humor about itself in a way. There's little winks and nods. I love that the movie has the curtains opening and closing on right. The movie doesn't completely take itself seriously. There is a little of that there, and the actors do a damn good job at trying to sell you the idea that they will do anything for this part. And this is a movie more than most I don't like remakes of slasher movies at all. I mean, a lot of them are pretty bad, to be honest, of that, especially of the golden era. I feel like Curtains is one of those movies that could really translate really well because it has a theme of like these actors who will do anything for a job, and I feel like it's still like that. And
that doesn't go away.
Yeah, and I feel like that could be translated pretty well into our new movie. I'm surprised Curtains hasn't been remade.
I think the only thing that would really upset me is that I would probably see that film and I would probably think that The Mask is not perfect.
Right. The Mask is really creepy.
The Mask is really amazing.
I don't know what they did. I know that the guy who made The Mask was unhappy with it. I thought it was kind of cheesy because he had, I think the makeup artist had more of a face mold or something.
Oh, yeah.
I think he actually had something that was a bit more, or makeup rather. I think he applied makeup to the actor, and he thought that was more effective. But somehow he had to come up with a mask, and he said he did it quickly, and he was never happy with it. But I think for all us fans of Curtains, we love The Mask. That's one of the things that we really remember, that and the doll and the ice rink scene, which is really a standout in the movie, a great set piece. Again, using slow motion really well in a fun way. Hag mask and a creepy doll and Canada and the ice and actors and the guy from in a hot tub. Yes, the guy from Animal House being sleazy. There's just so many things, yes, to this movie that I love. It's become a cult classic over the years. I don't think it was very well received when it came out. I mean, I think some critics liked it. You'll go into the background details, and but I think it's become more loved over the last 10 years or so, and yeah.
The film, I guess they started shooting this film on November 10th, 1980. Now, if I remember correctly, when I was listening to the cast commentary, I don't remember if this is the specific date or not, that Lynn Griffin, who we'll talk about in a moment, mentioned that the first day that she worked on this film, she took a car back home, back to her hotel, and then heard that John Lennon had been shot. So basically that she equates the John Lennon being shot with the first day that she shot Curtains, which is interesting. It was filmed in Ontario, Canada, in Muskoka and Toronto. It got shelved for a year, then reshoots were made. It finally got released in the U.S. on March 4th, 1983, then in Canada a year later. It was released in the U.S. by the great Jensen Farley Pictures, which also around that year released Time Rider and Chained Heat, which is another John Vernon classic.
Yes.
Then it was released on VHS by Vestron Video, which also released great films like Frightmare and National Lampoon's Class Reunion, just to name a few. The film started out being directed by Richard Chupka, I don't know if I was pronouncing his last name correctly, who was previously a cinematographer for films like Atlantic City with Burt Lancaster. He apparently had creative differences with the producer and left and didn't want his name on the film when it was finished, which is why it says directed by Jonathan Stryker. The producer, Peter Simpson, produced all of the prom night films. I think he directed the third one also. And then he ended up directing the reshoots himself, which include the chase scene and the prop house, and I think the killer final reveal scene as well. The writer, Robert Guza Jr., also wrote Prom Night, and unsurprisingly had a long career writing for soap operas like Santa Barbara and General Hospital. Let's see, Samantha Agar played Samantha Sherwood, and she's most well known for her role in The Collector, but she's also been many great, I guess they call them exploitation films like The Exterminator and Demonoid. The other Audra hopefuls are played by Linda Thorson, who's most known for playing Tara King on The Avengers, Lynn Griffin, who most of you know from Black Christmas and Strange Brew, Ann Ditchburn, who is actually a professional ballet dancer and had a great role in Slow Dancing in the Big City. Sandy Curry, who is also in Terror Train and Terminal Choice, another favorite of mine, and Leslie Donaldson, who is also in Funeral Home and Happy Birthday to Me and Deadly Eyes. The Terror Trap's goal also seems to be to interview as many people as possible that were involved in the film, and so there are many great interviews on that site that should be read immediately. And just on the tech side, Greg Canham did some of the FX makeup on this, and he's had a long career starting out working for Rick Baker, then featuring on films like The Howling and The Lost Boys, and then more recently in that damn Benjamin Button movie. And that's all the background I have.
A lot of fun tidbits there. Curtains was released in theaters. I mean, throughout. Was it given a wide release? I feel like.
I don't know what wide is. I mean, I lived in a metropolitan area technically in San Francisco. I know it was released around there. Yeah, I remember seeing the ads for it. So
and New York as well. So I'm just wondering how wide of a release. I mean, it didn't. What was the box office? It wasn't really.
No, it wasn't very huge at all.
It wasn't huge at all, which is kind of sad. But yeah. I think a movie like Curtains now would probably do well. So going back to my original thought of doing a remake or something, or even just re-releasing it.
But they should have released it. I think they were talking about. I think Leslie Donaldson was talking about how she hadn't seen the film in a long time, and then I guess this Synapse print got shown in New York. Did she say it?
Oh yeah, she mentioned it at the Lincoln Center. I did. Yeah, and I was invited to go see that, and I didn't because something happened. Something was like going on at the time. Like life always gets in the way of these things. Like I had two kids born around the same time for just one of the guys' screenings that one of my favorite movies ever, and both of them were born around the same time as screenings. Of course, I cannot get to see that movie, and I had just one of the guys. I was invited to go see it and meet the cast personally.
That's right, I saw that.
And I did not get to go because my daughter was born, but I will not resent her for that.
As you should not.
Just life being cruel. So Curtains throw it into a bunch of theaters today. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, you could do worse. Yeah, seriously.
Exactly. So, yeah. Of course it won't. But we do have the Synapse Blu-ray, which does look amazing. They released that and Prom Night around the same time, and both of them look amazing. Prom Night is a movie I will get to eventually on this podcast because it's one of my favorites of that era. And I'm glad we're getting to Curtains now because it's one of those movies I really thought should have had more love throughout time. Like, I knew I loved it for years and years and years. I saw it 30 years ago for the first time, and for some reason it just really it stuck with the people who saw it, or back on cable and in theaters back then. But it just no one was talking about it for years, and finally, the internet happened, and then people started talking about it again.
Basically, the internet happened, yeah,
that thing,
yeah,
and affords us this podcast, which is good, and it gained popularity again. It's because it's a legitimately good horror movie of the time, and it has some fun twists and turns, and it's a fun ride, and I will keep watching that Blu-ray until I wear it out. So, like I did with the VHS copy.
That's right.
And I'm glad you picked it because I would have been on my list anyway. So
right, yeah, no, I'm glad we got to cover it.
Yay! All right, I'm gonna get to my number one quickly, and then we're gonna wrap the show up. And here it is. And here's the TV spot for my next pick.
Its origin, alien. Location,
Antarctica. Age unknown. Intent survival. Destination man. John Carpenter's The Thing, the ultimate in alien terror. Rated R. Starts Friday at a theater near you. Check newspapers for local listings.
All right, so that was John Carpenter's The Thing. Of course, I had to mention John Carpenter's The Thing. It's made so many lists so far on here, and it's a favorite for a lot of people out there. You guys know the plot well, so I'm going to quickly get into why I like this movie. It's just so well done. John Carpenter, a year in the 80s or even the late 70s and 80s, that released a John Carpenter movie was a good year. Mm-hmm. The years that didn't, I don't think, was there a year that didn't have a John Carpenter movie? Let's see. If you go through it quickly, 84, 80. I don't think there wasn't any in 85. And then 80,
that was a bad year.
Yeah, it was a bad year then. And then 89, I think.
Also a bad year.
So there you go.
Yeah.
Not a coincidence.
Mm-hmm.
So John Carpenter's The Thing is a favorite for a lot of us because it's just such a well-made movie, science fiction, horror, great raw Bottin effects. So much has been said about this movie. He was clearly in love with the original The Thing from Another World, and he referenced it in his Halloween movie, and he wanted to not quite like make a better version of it, but kind of go back to the original source material and kind of just make his ultimate homage to that movie. And he really does a good job. And it's this gross out stuff that have that people know it well, like the effects. Like I said, mentioned from Barbara Bottin, just do a good job at an amazing job. I mean, the effects were such a standout. And the score by Ennio Morricone is really good. If you're not going to get John Carpenter to do the score, why not Ennio Morricone?
Exactly.
If Jerry Goldsmith passed on your score, why not get Ennio Morricone? Like, why not? And he does a good job at kind of referencing Carpenter and then kind of doing his own thing. And the actors are all really good. It's all male cast, and no one's kind of I'm sure the actors were very competitive with each other, as actors can be on the screen or behind the scenes. But they all did a good job on screen, and it comes across while watching the movie that they're just kind of giving it their all and making the most out of their characters. And the characters are well written, and you just kind of, I love movies that are like about guessing who the killer is or who might the beast be lurking behind someone else's skin. And the Thing is the ultimate movie like that. There have been so many things that have referenced The Thing left and right, whether it's a movie like The Faculty or episodes of The X-Files, and so many people have gone back to the Thing, and it's particular John Carpenter's Thing, because it's just so well done, and his style, I always fall in love. While I was a kid, I took notice of some directors. You kind of see like directors' hallmarks, like how John Carpenter commands the camera and his Panavision and his use of the Panaglide to do all those tracking shots, and just using it as with subjective point of view, and the flare, the lens flares, and all that kind of fun stuff. He kind of, it's one of the first directors like him and Brian De Palma that I kind of really noticed that kind of stuff, that they're their little calling cards, and I just love his work, and I love what he did with The Thing. What are your thoughts?
Basically everything you said, and probably the same things said the different ways, but using the same words. It's definitely, I think on the list that I sent you about best films for 1982, I think it was number one on my list, if I remember correctly. So obviously I love this movie. Any movie that gets John Carpenter and Kurt Russell later on to have some scotch and talk about the film as they're watching it is always a great movie, and this is no exception for that. Anyone who has the DVD, and I imagine the same features are also on the Blu-ray, but I'm not positive. But there's an excellent commentary by those two for this film. yeah, all the character actors have, and they really all are character actors through and through. They've all done such amazing things outside of this film. And let's see, they all just stand out to me for so many different other smaller, more crucial parts they've been in. But they all do something very important in this film, and it's just a very important film for people to watch, to see what they've been missing when Hollywood has gone, say, away, at least for a time, gone away from using practical effects. And this is a good hallmark to sort of show people that, practical effects, when done well, can really stand the test of time. This film is, like 30 years old now plus, and it's still, the effects are still just as fresh and new as they were 30 years ago. And it's kind of surprising that the film got its R rating because of some of the scenes that are just so out there. I think maybe because they're so out there and kind of in the realm of science fiction. I think because they qualified it as a sci-fi / horror film and not a horror film, they probably skirted the ratings a bit more easier than if they just said this is a straight horror film. So yeah, just witnessing that. I know we probably shouldn't talk in the same breath about the remake / prequel. I actually don't hate the film except when they just overuse CGI. And it's really jarring because they actually do spend some time with practical effects, and when they do, you can really tell that they've really spent some time to it, and actually is quite impressive. And then all of a sudden, someone's computer generated head is on a monster, and it takes you out of it. But I'll never be completely mad at any film that has that Mary Elizabeth actress in it. But anyway, this film, everything about it is just perfect. I know the strange thing about this film, it feels like there was a generational shift in how people thought about what should be seen on a horror film, and whether seeing too much in a horror film takes you away from enjoying the film. I feel like there was a certain split amongst critics who really liked the original and liked it for what it was implicated rather than seen. Mm-hmm. And I felt like there was a general sort of critical shift between a line was drawn in the sand when this film came out originally that said people were on one side or the other, basically saying this film shows too much, or no, this film shows just the right amount of things, and we want to see more of this. I guess you can tell which side of the line we stand behind. That's pretty obvious, but there really was that sort of schism between critics and other people that saw this film for the first time, and it's something to really consider. It's sort of something to consider, when we as people of a certain age talk to people who are a generation below us who somehow think that the Rob Zombie Halloween remake is superior to the original.
If you believe that, you should shut off this podcast right now.
Exactly. But it's weird because people of a certain age below us have grown up with that as their reference point for horror, which is interesting. So I feel like people that were a generation above us probably think that our generation was kind of a deviant generation because of the films that we thought were great as well. So it's just interesting to see how the generations, each generation and the next generation will do something or say something or believe in something that will horrify the generation before it.
I'm going to have some quick background stuff. I'm going to start with something that's going to blow people's minds. So thank you for all your wonderful thoughts on the movie.
Oh, no problem.
This is the one thing that's going to blow people's way. This movie, John Carpenter's The Thing, opened at number 8 at the box office when it came out. Number 8. The top 10 of that week. I mean, you would think a movie like The Thing would have been, if not the number one movie, but kind of up there, making a lot of money. But it opened at number 8 with $3 million. It was not a hit. It eventually made $19 million at the box office, costing on a $15 million budget. So it kind of broke even.
Yeah.
It was released on the same day that Blade Runner was released as. So there's a bit more competition. I don't think
E.T. was around the same time too, as well.
Yeah, exactly. And so I just think Universal did not have faith in this movie. I don't think they went out of their way to really to promote it like they were doing other films like E.T. at the time, because I think they were just a little afraid of it because it was a violent movie and it was something that people just maybe weren't ready for. And I think The Thing was ahead of its time. It just was a movie that people weren't ready for it, but John Carpenter kind of makes those kinds of movies that people don't necessarily
like they live.
Exactly, is a perfect example of that, because they didn't really quite get it when it came out, but now there's They Live merchandising, people have stolen that concept and used it for their for their own selves, and it's very prevalent in the themes, especially of today, and even a movie like The Thing. I mean, not everyone is as they appear to be. The original director of The Thing from Another World denounced the movie after he saw it.
Oh, really? Who was the original director?
Christian Niebe, the original director of The Thing from Another World, denounced the movie. Was not a fan, not appreciating that they were making his movie, which really hurt Carpenter, because he thought he was homaging him. He thought he was paying tribute to him, but then going back to the source material for help with that. It's not a completely all male cast in this movie. I think you probably know who the female cast member of this movie is, and it is
Adrienne Barbeau.
She plays the voice of the computer, McReady's computer, which is kind of cool. Drew Struzan, the famous iconic poster artist who did that great artwork for the movie, he literally created it overnight without having any idea of what the movie was about or even seeing the movie. So he just
had you not seen the original?
He might have seen the original, but he had not seen what they had done with this remake, and he was given a basic concept and or idea of what the movie was about, and then he mocked up his iconic poster art, which is kind of cool. This was the first of John Carpenter's apocalyptic trilogy. He went on to do his second, which was Prince of Darkness, the much under-loved Prince of Darkness.
Yeah.
Another movie that was kind of ahead of its time, or a bit too intelligent or heady for horror audience at the time. And then In the Mouth of Madness, which I also think is a bit underrated.
Yeah, it is.
And I saw that a year or two ago at a screening at BAM, In the Mouth of Madness, and it went over really well. I think people appreciate it now, but in 1995 they weren't really loving it. So it's a kind of a running theme of Carpenter's career. This was a cold open at the beginning of this movie. There was no Universal logo, which was very rare at the time. Carpenter got to have that. Many actors were considered to play McReady, but turned it down. Very big actors too, like Nick Nolte, Clint Eastwood, and Jeff Bridges were all considered by the studio, because the studio always has first pick, and then director gets to choose, or gets what's left over. And fortunately for us, Kurt Russell was someone that Carpenter wanted anyway. So he had previously worked with him on a little movie called Escape from New York the year before, and Elvis the movie, which is a fun movie. And the movie was shot in British Columbia, so getting that really cold winter vibe across an Antarctic feel.
Very much so.
Donald Pleasance, who we all know and love from Halloween and Escape from New York, was the first choice for Blair, but he was busy with another movie. Lee Van Cleef was someone Carpenter wanted as Gary. Brian Dennehy as Copper.
But then we would have missed Donald Moffat and his eyebrows.
Yeah, I know. His very, very expressive eyebrows. And Brian Dennehy as Copper, and Isaac Hayes, he wanted him as Childs, and that didn't happen. I think his second choice was Ernie Hudson.
Oh.
And he really wanted Ernie Hudson.
Yeah, that would have been a good choice, too.
And the city wanted Carl Weathers, but luckily we got a good actor in his place. And Keith David, who we love.
Yep.
Yes, and who went on to be in They Live, of course. What do you think of the ending? Carpenter's very, very. I know this is a spoiler, but people have seen The Thing. Like, what's your take on the ending? Like, who's who?
Who's who? I've always kind of thought that Keith David was not Keith David.
Yeah, that's what Carpenter says too. That he says it's very clear that Keith David isn't breathing at the end of the movie. Like, it's not him. He's not him. And I never really picked up on that. I just thought it was kind of a very ambiguous ending. So,
right.
So.
Well, some people disappear ambiguously too. I always wondered what happened to T.K. Carter's character. Also, I feel like that was sort of just not shown.
That's true. And I think it is also John Carpenter. I think it is for long considered John Carpenter's favorite of his movies he made, which is interesting.
That's good.
Yeah.
He has good taste.
Yeah, he does. So we got through our top fives. I'm going to get through one more top five list from actually, this one comes from Ben Schur, who is an often co-host here. His top five is number 5, Ghost Keeper. Number 4, Curtains. Number 3, Misery. Number 2, Black Christmas. And number 1, The Shining. The Stanley Kubrick movie, not the not the remake.
Well,
no one's mentioned the remake. Why?
No one's. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I could be snarky about it and say that the remake somehow is better than the original, but I can't.
Right. I think TV movies are just especially in the 90s, I think they were kind of limited in how good they could be.
Yeah, well, I think it's just casting, although I really am a huge fan of Rebecca De Mornay. I think she was actually pretty good in that film.
Oh, yeah, she is good in the movie. Yeah.
But I had a bug in my butt for a long time about the Shining, the Kubrick version, mostly because I really enjoyed the novel so much, and I just thought there were problems with the adaptation. I basically just didn't think, and I actually still don't think that Jack Nicholson is particularly scary.
It's a little over the top of the performance. I could definitely understand that. And
then Scatman Crothers just doesn't get as much to do as he should. Also, I think as well.
Okay, there's two reasons why. One big reason why I don't have The Shining on this list, and it's actually the same reason applies to Misery, because Scatman Crothers goes through a lot to get there, and then he just shows up and dies.
Yeah, exactly.
This really hurt me. It's really cruel. I mean, there's all the story about how Kubrick was so mean to Shelley Duvall, but have his character just die so unceremoniously. Just really makes me mad.
Yeah, me too. But yeah, it still has obviously so many different scenes that are just referenced throughout. They will be referenced throughout the end of time, I think, some of the scenes. And you really can't beat a good winter scene involving a giant hedge maze also.
That's right.
That's pretty iconic as well. There's a lot of things I like about it. I guess Stephen King really did not like Shelley Duvall's performance for some reason also. I forget why. But I was always a big fan of her.
Yeah, so. I love Shelley Duvall. I mean, I like her more in some other. I really like her in 3 Women. I think she's great in that movie. And
she is born to play Olive Oil, obviously.
Definitely, it's a movie I made my dad see a lot. And I don't know. I seeing it recently doesn't really hold up. Obviously, it's one of those movies that just doesn't really hold up to your childhood experience. But
for me, it's a carbon copy.
Carbon Copy, yes.
I thought it was the funniest movie as a kid, and it's just not that funny anymore.
Right. The soul man of its time.
Exactly.
So yeah, I didn't get The Shining. And Misery, I had a problem. Again, the same reason. I love Misery. I think it's a great movie. Would have been my top 5. But what's his name?
Richard Farnsworth?
Poor dear Richard Farnsworth goes through all the sleuthing and then shows up and then dies. Again, you did it again, Stephen King. You did it. So I'm going to pick Dreamcatcher over those movies.
As you should. I mean, it's another one of those films with a really underrated cast also.
Yeah, it's a good, like, guys, like, I don't know. It's kind of like a Stand By Me meets, like, creature feature movie. Really.
Meets a scatological monster movie.
Right, exactly. Yeah. So, yeah, you can take away whatever you want from Dreamcatcher, but I think it was a fun winter horror movie. Yeah. What are some of your other... I know this podcast is going on forever, but what are some other runner-ups?
Runner-ups, like, were some of the other ones on that list. I mean, I was looking seriously at Dead of Winter, but I decided at the end that it was not really... didn't have enough horror elements for me. But I do think that is also a really good film that was actually kind of saved by Arthur Penn directing it. I think the producer behind it was originally also the director, if I remember correctly, and then had to bow out. Like Arthur Penn kind of came in at the last minute and pretty much saved the film. Both, as far as more recent films, I always like talking about the Cold Prey films, and I know they're sort of talked to death in slasher circles because they were sort of they were kind of, I think they were a little overrated after a while because they were so they're such recent films that really did have a throwback feel to the classic films of the 80s that we loved, and Cold Prey 2 definitely is like sort of like the superior Halloween 2 version of Cold Prey, actually. So I would recommend seeing, if you had to pick the two, I would recommend seeing that one over the other one. You kind of get the general gist of the film. Either one is fine. Cold Prey 3 is kind of like Cold Prey Origins, and it doesn't quite work. And as far as other older films, all the other films on those lists have been just... sometimes I remember Wendigo was on that film, was on somebody's list, and everything about that film. This is one of those films where actually everything about the film was great until the monster showed up, and then it really did ruin it for me. And that was the saddest moment, one of the saddest moments of my life. Because everything about it was just so amazing, and then you saw the budget constraints when you saw the monster, and and sometimes it's really sad when you felt like they really didn't need to show it also. And so many films these days, I feel like they're sort of pressured in some ways to really show something that shocks you, where you don't really need that always.
Have you seen Beneath, his new movie, or his last movie that he made?
I have not.
Yeah, it had the same problem.
Yeah.
I thought it was badly written for a movie for Larry Fessenden. I don't think he wrote it. I think it was somebody else who wrote it, or other people who wrote it. And I just was kind of surprised that they showed the creature in the lake, and it was just not. It's just too much of it. And it looked, to me, it wasn't really unconvincing, and it took me out of it.
That's too bad.
But I did enjoy Wendigo up until that point too, like you did. So
yeah, and the kid also was great as well. And he was like such a recognizable like sitcom face, but he was also just like a really good, like a really nuanced performance as well. So
I know a lot of people have problems with kids in horror movies, but he was good. Yeah,
no, he was definitely stood out. What other films did you, from the list that you've heard, what are the other films? Oh, actually, one other film that I know we talked about, Terror Train, and I think we both sort of, I have a feeling we both sort of took it out of our lists, possibly because there's not so much, all the horror basically takes place on the train. You do see many more shots of when you see the winter. It's very wintry winter, and it's at least the final what happens to the killer at the end is really amazing, and you get to see the winter in all its glory as well. But I was thinking of there was another train film that was older and more public domainy and kind of forgotten because it's been like shown all over, that I really liked was Horror Express.
Oh yeah, definitely.
That one was pretty fun. But and again, it's mostly horror on a train, although you do get to see Telly Savalas playing a Cossack, only playing Telly Savalas playing a Cossack, which means he's got his Brooklyn accent and he's playing a Russian guy, which is always a treat. So.
And there was that other Christmas horror train movie, Night Train Murders, the Italian horror movie. Yeah. So there's many horror movies, winter horror movies set on trains.
There are.
I had a lot of runner. I mean, I didn't choose Terror Train because I covered it on another podcast.
Mm-hmm.
Black Christmas again.
Yep.
Child's Play, which is I covered that on a 1988 podcast.
I can't imagine what it would have been like to actually have seen the film before actually seeing any ads for it or the poster.
Child's Play?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, definitely.
So,
and Who Slew Auntie Roo was another movie we covered on a podcast.
That's right.
Honorable mentions: Cannibal the Musical. I came close to picking that. I don't know why. I was really in the mood to pick that. The Possession.
You just wanted to build a snowman.
Exactly. The Possession of Joel Delaney.
Oh yeah, we talked about that. I saw that again, and it's really quite effective. I've forgotten about how good that is.
Strong movie. Shirley MacLaine. Not the typical Shirley MacLaine movie you would probably assume it would be. Perry King.
Although the ending kind of predates like her past lives.
Yeah, that's right. Yes. There's some weird, almost supernatural, or I guess. And the movie code, though, can go both ways, but there's some supernatural stuff. And it's really disturbing, that finale. Where is it?
The finale is very disturbing. Yeah, well, you said
on a beach in winter.
In winter. And the other thing, too, is that I guess people have said that the Santeria scene is a little too long, but I actually think it's just right, and I could have seen more of it, actually.
Definitely. The much talked about tonight, Silent Night, Deadly Night, would have made it. P2, a more recent movie I liked a lot. I don't know why I like that one a lot. There's something about it. It's like set at Christmas time in a parking garage. I thought it was really effective. Bentley playing the creepy killer type. He Knows You're Alone was set during winter. Fun movie.
Oh, right.
The Tales from the Crypt, 1972 Killer Santa segment.
Right.
Definitely. Ghost Story from 1981. Someone mentioned that.
I almost picked that as well.
That's definitely good. Grotesque. Something about that movie. I think that one needs a good release on DVD.
Yeah, it does actually. I'm just sort of curious as to what the how the script was put together. It feels like it was put together by 3 people.
Yes,
in different countries.
Someone mentioned this. I think it was Lance from Kind of Trauma. Uncle, You'll Like My Mother.
Yes,
that's a good movie.
Yeah.
And The Fearless Vampire Killers.
Right, I almost picked that as well.
Set in winter. Kuroneko. The Japanese horror movie. The Oracle. New York set horror movie. Low budget. Blood Beat. The infamous.
Oh yeah, I almost thought about that too.
Samurai Warrior.
I think people
Supernatural. Set in Wisconsin. Yeah, strange movie.
Very strange. French director.
Yes, it's so many weird things put together in one movie. Ravenous from a few years ago, that was pretty good, or that was quite a few years ago now.
Anything that was last century now is considered. Well, it's now considered a classic, a chestnut.
More recent movies: 30 Days of Night, pretty good. Let the Right One In.
Both of them are really good, actually.
And the remake was pretty good too. It was a little unnecessary because it's pretty much the same movie. Honestly,
it is the same movie, but you have American and Canadian actors that you love seeing get killed by vampires. I'm thinking of the Elias Koteas, for example. So.
I didn't see that. Was it a found footage Rennie Harlan winter movie?
That's the one that Joseph keeps talking about.
I didn't see that one.
Yeah, I still haven't yet either.
I love Rennie Harlan. He's like one of the better mainstream kind of action directors, and I didn't see that one.
Well, you have to see Rare Exports if you haven't seen it yet. Also,
I haven't. Yes, no, I haven't.
That's definitely worth seeing.
I did watch Iced for this podcast. I watched many movies for this podcast. I watched Iced, ladies and gentlemen. Not a great movie, but it was fun watching someone burst out of a snowman to surprise.
Yes.
people.
Oh, spoiler.
Big spoiler. Sorry.
Very big spoiler. Yeah. It's definitely a Nathan movie, and I love it for that reason.
And that's all I got. And that was Winter Horror Movies. We survived. Sorry, guys, this ran out a little bit long, but there was a lot to talk about.
There certainly was. And we could have talked even more about them. So.
Totally. Exactly. Yep. We loved it. All right, so you could find the podcast on retromovielove.com and iTunes and Stitcher and you could find we've both been on the Stereo Continues podcast, so you can find our guest spots there.
Yeah, I think I'll eventually show up there again. I think I'm going to be. I just have to figure out something. But yeah.
Yes, please. You were great on that episode. Please seek that one out. That was for Blood Rage, which is a fun 1987. I know it was kind of made before.
It has a long tortured history as well.
Check
all
it
the
out.
Films I chose.
Check it out for that. He obviously Kieron really does his homework with these podcasts. So check out for Blood Rage. I think that's definitely a movie that deserves to be on DVD and Blu-ray. Fun movie.
Yeah, crazy enough, the in the back of the reissued Nightmare USA, they're talking about like a volume 2 that's going to happen supposedly, and they're supposedly going to talk to the director of Blood Rage also, which I can't believe that they will, because I think he's 80 something right now.
Oh my god!
Yeah. So
wow.
But the last I heard, I think the whole idea was that they need like a DVD release, like a decent one. I think the issue is the producer who owns the rights to it. As usual, it's usually different people who own the rights to these films, and sometimes they want them to be seen, sometimes they don't. So
it's always pretty hard.
Yeah.
And then I think that's it. If you want to like call in to complain, or I don't have a phone number you can call, but you can email me, meep at cinemademeep.com. You could complain, or you could just leave general feedback about the show.
Feedback's appreciated.
We'll take it.
Yeah.
If you want Kieron back on the show, please let us know. We definitely want him back.
We definitely let me know like well in advance, so I can spend another few months preparing for whatever topic we choose.
Awesome. Thank you so much for joining me. This has been
fun. It was a great pleasure.
I got to drink a lot of scotch, which makes me happy, and a lot of good scotch, and talk about things like winter horror movies, which are a lot of fun. So
they are.
Thank you so much.
Yep. Thank you.
All right, and so we're gonna play out with a song. This is a song that does not necessarily screams horror, but definitely says winter. So here it is. Thanks for joining. See you next time.
All right, see ya.
Time. See what's become of me. So hard to please. Look around, leaves are brown, and the sky is a hazy shade of winter. In the Salvation Army land, down by the riverside is bound to be a better ride than what you've got planned. Carry your cup in your hand. Look around, leaves are brown, and the sky is a hazy shade of winter. Hang on to your hopes, my friend. That's an easy thing to say, but if your hopes should pass away, simply pretend that you can build them again. Look around, grass is high, fields are ripe. It's the springtime of my life. Seasons change with the scenery, weaving time in a tapestry. Won't you stop and remember me?
black, and tears run from your eyes. And maybe we'll all get really sick, and maybe we'll all die. So let's build a snowman. We can make him our best friend. We can name him Tom. We can name him George. We can make him tall, or we can make him not so tall. Snowman.
Gizmo.
I wanted to be in pictures so badly, I screwed a guy from Photomat.
You know when they say in and out in 24 hours?
He was in and out in 24 seconds.